Hey guys, in this section we will be developing a simple Spring application using Spring Web Flux. If you are comfortable with the Spring MVC and if that's what you like to use, you can do that as well. No worries. Whatever we are going to do, it's not going to change, depends on the Spring module you are going to add. So Spring MVC or Spring Web Flux, anything is fine. Our end goal as part of this entire course is to come up with this setup, the entire infrastructure. But we cannot simply rush and do in one section because it's a step-by-step process. Each and every step, right? For example, this service talking to this database, this service talking to this database and this service, and coming up with the API gateway. So each and every step has some challenges, some learnings involved. So let us face challenges, okay, and overcome the challenges. By doing that, we will be gaining a lot of experience and confidence. Then we will know how to increase our productivity and improve the quality of our deliverables. Okay, so we will be starting with this service. So let's talk about it now. First, we will develop a microservice called a job service, which will expose these endpoints. All endpoint will be returning a list of all the job openings, and a search endpoint which will help us to search for specific jobs with a specific skill set. For example, show me all the Java openings, all the JavaScript related openings, something like that. Okay, and post using which you can post a new job. Okay, and we will be using Mongo database. Now you might ask, hey, what about update, what about delete, so what about those endpoints? I'm going to leave that to you. Okay, so if you want to, you can also add those endpoints. I don't want to spend too much time on creating these endpoints, okay, because we like to talk more about Docker in this course, not about how to create a microservice. Okay, so let's start with this first. Okay, hey guys, in this lecture, let's set up our Spring project. Go to start.spring.io, Spring Initializer. So select Maven or Gradle, choose your favorite language, and I go with the latest stable version. So for the group name, I am going to give something. Okay, please feel free to give whatever you like. And for the artifact, I'm going to say job service, something like that. Okay, so it's going to be jar packaging type, and I'm going to go with a Java 17. But if you have if you like to go with 11 or 8, that should be fine as well. We will not be talking about any of the Java 17 specific thing. Okay, something like a Java sealed classes or records, this kind of stuff. So no worries, this course is not about that. So even if I use this, you can still follow along, no worries. And for the dependencies, I'm going to use Web Flux first, reactive web, and I'm going to use Mongo, which the reactive Mongo drive to talk to the Mongo database, and I'm going to use Lombok for the getters, setters, this kind of stuff. Okay, so that's it. Generate, you'll be getting the zip file, unzip it and import that into your favorite IDE, IntelliJ, Eclipse, NetBeans, whatever you like. Okay, so I'll see you there soon. Hey guys, now I have imported that project into my IDE IntelliJ, so hopefully you have done the same. So this is what you should be seeing more or less. Ensure that you have all the dependencies we wanted to have. Okay, so if you are coming from my other courses, you know more or less what I would be doing. I'm going to create a set of packages first. So com winscrew job service, under this package I'm going to create a set of packages first, which we would be using. So controller first, oops, sorry guys, I didn't realize that I had caps lock. Okay, controller, then DTO, then entity repository, this kind of stuff. Then probably util. Oh, I forgot service. Okay, service, then util. Okay, so yeah. Hey guys, in the previous lecture we set up the project. Now let's start with the creating all the entity, DTO, all these classes. Okay, so let's start with the entity. First I'm going to create one job class, and let's not it's going to be the Mongo document, so let's use the document. Okay, and I also like the getter setter, so I'm going to use Lombok for this. Okay, I kind of like the all arg constructor with the static name, so because of that I am also including the no arg constructor. Okay, so static name, I'm going to call this create. Okay, so now private string ID, this is the primary key for our Mongo document. Okay, so then job will be having some kind of a short description, so let's call this description, or we can also call this title. We can say whatever we want. So then private string which company, then what else? Yeah, okay, another important thing is set of skills required to perform the job. Okay, so skills, let's keep it like that. Let's import the set, java set. Okay, then what is that expected salary or something like that, let's keep it like this. And now everyone is, or mostly everyone is remote, so let's use is remote flag. Okay, something like that. Okay, so this looks good. Yeah, okay, for now. Then let's go to repository. Under repository I'm going to create a class called job. Okay, it's going to be an interface. Okay, job repository. Okay, this looks good, which will extend reactive. Okay, remember, if you had included reactive Mongo, ensure that you are including this. Okay, reactive cred repository. Okay, so this is what we want. Okay, so here it's going to be what is the entity, it's job, and what is the primary key type is which is a string. Okay, so oops, yeah, okay, so now let's include the repository annotation. So yeah, now this is enough. If you are going to just take all or delete, update, all those things, for mostly this is good, but we have one special requirement saying that we need to look for the jobs which contains this skill. Okay, any of these skills, something like that. So what we are going to do is that we are going to look for find by skills. Okay, that is what we had, skills or skill, yeah, skills. Okay, this is what we had done. Okay, we had done. So find by skills in, now you pass the set of string actually. Okay, so this is good now. Okay, so what is it's going to return? So in our case we are using reactive cred repository, so it's going to return a flex of job. Okay, other cases, if you are not using reactive, probably it will be returning a list of jobs, something like that. Okay, if you have questions in writing the query methods, please go to the Mongo Spring documentation. Under this MongoDB repositories query methods, right, they have given a lot of the examples. So this is what we are using, that is find the list of jobs which contain any of these skills. Okay, so that is why I'm using in. Okay, any of these skills, get the jobs. Okay, something like that. So if you want to change the condition slightly differently, yeah, please take this example and you can write like this. Okay, now let's also create the DTO, the data transfer object. As usual, I'm going to call this job DTO. This DTO will contain more or less same fields as we have in our entity. So I'm going to simply copy everything and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, in some cases the DTO might be containing a slightly different fields as well. So in our case, it's going to be more or less same. Okay, so I'm going to say data. We will kind of come back and add another field later. Okay, so but for the time being, let's keep it like this. And again, I am just to increase our productivity, I'm going to add all these annotations to add getter setters, argument constructor, etc. Okay, so the static name is going to be create. Okay, now let's go to the util package. Under util package, let's create the entity DTO util. So the main aim of this class is to convert DTO to entity, entity to DTO. Okay, so back and forth conversion just for this. So this is what we are going to do. So public static job DTO, so to DTO. If somebody gives the entity, how to convert to DTO. So this is what it's about. So let's import all these things first. Okay, so now let's create the class job DTO equals new job DTO. Okay, now I'm going to simply use the bean utils. Okay, bean utils, copy properties. What is the source? Job. What is the destination? DTO. So return DTO. So what this will do is that whatever the properties we have, right? So it will take everything and put it inside the DTO, into the DTO, and we will return the DTO. That's it. That's what it will do. Otherwise, you can do the set skills, set description, set salary, all those things we have to do one by one here. Okay, so public static. Now we are going to convert to entity from DTO, something like that. So job is equals new job, bean utils, copy properties. Now DTO is the source, job is the destination, return job. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now let's go to the service package. Under service package, I'm going to create a job service. Let's not forget the service annotation, and let's not also forget to auto wire the job repository. We had said that our service is going to expose at least those 3 endpoints, getting all the jobs and saving a new job, and querying for querying for jobs with any of the skill sets, something like that. Okay, so let's do one by one. The method required. So we are going to return flex of job DTO. I'm going to call this all jobs. Okay, so return this dot repository, find all the jobs and map it to DTO. Okay, I'm going to use method reference. Okay, so this is good. Okay, so we will be taking all the entities, we convert to a DTO, then we'll return it. Okay, now let's copy paste this and let's job jobs by skills, okay, in something like that. Okay, so here I'm going to pass set of string skills. So if I say Java and JavaScript, for example, this contains the set contains Java and JavaScript, I might want to fetch all the jobs which contain those skill sets, either Java or JavaScript. Okay, I can apply for a senior Java developer, or I can apply for a senior JavaScript developer, something like that. Okay, so here everything is same except find by skills in, just to pass the skills, and this looks good. That's it. Okay, the other another method is saving a new job that we can do right away. So let's call this save, and here we would be receiving a DTO. Okay, job DTO, let's keep it like that. So what, okay, you know what, I'm going to change that to mono of job DTO, guys. Okay, mono of job DTO, because it's going to be a reactive type mono. Okay, so now return mono. Okay, so now I'm going to map. So when you get a DTO, convert to a entity using method reference to entity. So now we will be receiving as a the entity job. Okay, so now once you get the entity, your job is to just to simply save this repository, save. Okay, use flat map, because this itself will be returning another mono, so we have to flat map this. Okay, then again we have to convert that back to DTO before returning, so do to DTO. So, and that's it. Okay, this is going to be a mono. Okay, because this is not a flex, this is just a one job, so because it's a mono. Okay, so hopefully this is clear. Now let's work on the controller. So I'm going to create a job controller. So it's going to be REST controller, and a request mapping, I'm going to say job here. Okay, okay, so let's auto wire private job service. Okay, now we are going to expose those three endpoints. First one is the get mapping. We are going to say all. Okay, all jobs, something like that. And here, as you know, here we will be returning a flex of job DTO all. Let's keep it like this. Return this service all jobs. Okay, super simple, right? Okay, so the other thing is search. Okay, so let's change that. Change this to search. Okay, then it's going to return the same job DTO, flex of job DTO, but here we will be having some kind of, okay, the people will be querying like this. Okay, skills, they will be passing the list of skills. Okay, this is how I'm expecting. So we are going to say request param actually. Okay, request param, and it's going to be a set of skills. So this is how we are going to receive our input, and we can simply say jobs by skills in. Okay, pass the skills. Okay, again super simple stuff. Okay, then we are going to do a post mapping. So public, here we are going to return a mono of job DTO. Okay, so let's say call this save. Now here we would be receiving the request body. Somebody would be sending us the request body. Even this would be a mono of job DTO. Okay, remember that in the reactive programming you would be using mono or flex. Mono is for single item, flex is for list of items, something like that. Okay, so mono, okay, so return this service save mono. Okay, that's it. So yeah. Okay guys, so far we have created all the required classes for our application. Okay, however, if we try to start our application, it will not run fine because it will try to talk to the database, as you know. So we do not have the database. Some of you might be saying that, hey, we can use the embedded Mongo, right? That is what this is for actually. So some of you might be saying like this, but remember that the embedded Mongo, it's not an official MongoDB product. Okay, somebody else created this embedded Mongo for testing purposes. They do not seem to support all the features of MongoDB actually. So I kind of stopped using embedded Mongo. So I always use Docker. So that is what we are going to do now. So when you have Docker, why do you have to worry about embedded Mongo, all those things? Because we are going to get a real Mongo in a matter of seconds, right? So, okay. So I'm going to spin up Mongo by using a Docker compose file. So I'm going to create a docker compose.yaml. Let's create this. And as you know, we will be starting with version. So I'm going to say 3.0. Okay. Then we will be having services. Then we have the, okay, give the service name, some name. So I'm going to call this Mongo. So the image is going to be Mongo. Okay, and ports. So what are the ports we have to map? In our case, it's a 27017. Okay, so yeah, at this point, this is what we need, but we also have to create an user, okay, when the application starts, so that our application, using that user credentials, our application can talk to this the database. Okay, so for that, what we are going to do is that we had already learned the concept of initializing the database using the JavaScript file, if you remember. So that is what we are going to do now. So to create the initialization script, I am going to source test, okay, not main, source test. Okay, I do not have resources directory, so I am going to create resources. Okay, so now we have source test resources. Okay, under that I am going to have one directory called data. Okay, let's keep it like this. And here under this, I'm going to call this job init.js. Okay, the name can be anything, so no worries on that. So job init.js. Okay, source test resources, remember that. Okay, now we are going to create a database called, okay, these are the steps I'm going to perform. Okay, so create database, okay, create user, then create some documents. Okay, sorry, create collection, actually create collection, then create documents. Okay, okay, so first db is equals db dot get sibling db. Okay, we have done this actually, right? You remember this. Okay, so get sibling db. Okay, let's call this job database because it's a job service, so it's a job database. Okay, let's keep it like that. Now to create a user, again we can take a look at the MongoDB documentation. It's super simple. So create user. So here what we have to do is that so this guy will be accepting the user details. Okay, like this. So what we have to do is here you have to say the user name actually. Okay, so what is the username you like to pass? So I'm going to call this job user, something like that, or app user, whatever you want to call this, you can call this. Okay, so what is the password? PWD, that's how they expect. Okay, so you have to say job password, whatever password you like to give actually. Okay, So job user, job password, okay, and what are the roles you are going to give for this user. So this is going to be a list of roles actually, okay. So I put this okay, so it's going to be a list of roles. So what is the role first? Okay, so the role will be, we are going to use a read write role, okay, read write. So this user, he will be able to read and write on the database called job. That's what it means, okay. So we are okay, first we create a database. Under this database we are creating this user, we are giving him the read write permission, okay. That's what we are doing in a high level, nothing much, okay. So now we are going to create a collection, db dot create collection. Let's call this the collection, what we can say, the collection is also going to be job, guys, okay, to keep things simple, okay. So then db dot job dot, so under job db, under job collection, I'm going to insert a bunch of records actually, insert many, okay. So it's going to be a list, right? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so it's going to be a list of jobs. So okay, I'm going to insert everything one by one. So if you remember, so first one is description, okay. The description, I'm going to give some, maybe I can call this as a senior Java developer role, okay. So the company, let what, okay, shall we call this Amazon, okay, maybe in Amazon, okay, let's keep it like that, okay. Then skills, what are the skills they are expecting? It's going to be a list of string, okay. So of course they want Java skill set, and they are expecting Spring Boot as well, Spring, okay. So and they also expect the developer to know Docker, okay. So cool, okay. The salary maybe like 100,000, okay, let's keep, okay, yeah, 100,000, okay. So then is remote, no, so they expect you to be in office, something like that, okay. So is okay, so let's copy this and paste it few times to save some time, okay. Okay, I'm going to insert 4 records now, okay. Okay, so now the second one is going to be, let's say, junior Java developer, okay. So junior Java developer in Apple, and they expect you to know just Java, nothing else. This is cool, okay. Let's assume like this, okay. And the salary is going to be $50,000 and no remote, okay. And again, let's keep it like that. And this is some Scrum Master roles, let's assume so. Scrum Master, maybe Scrum Master in Google, okay. Let's keep it like this. And you should be familiar with the agile process, these tools like Jira, this kind of stuff, let's assume so, okay. The salary is going to be maybe 60, and yeah, you are allowed to do to be remote, something like that, okay. And one last thing, okay, let's call this director of engineering, okay. And maybe Microsoft, okay. So again, he should be familiar with maybe he should be kind of technical because he's a director of engineering, and but he will also be familiar with all the project management, this kind of stuff. Maybe let's keep this as project management, this kind of stuff, okay. So his salary will be like 150, okay, let's assume so. And this will also be remote, let's keep it like this, okay. So you see what we are doing. We create a database, we create a user, we create collection. I kind of give the same name for database and collection, but you can change it, okay. Then I insert a bunch of records just to start with for testing purposes, okay. So now let's go back to our Docker Compose YAML. Now let's connect this, okay. So volumes, okay. Under volumes, I'm going to say where is the path I have to map, okay. It's under current directory source, okay. In the current directory there is a source, there is a test source test resources under data, and there is a file called a job init file. Okay, you know what, I'm going to map the whole directory. It's not like you can also map a file, as you know, if you remember. Okay, so we can map the whole directory actually. So what we are going to do is that we have to map it with a Docker entry point, if you remember, Docker entry point. Okay, init db.d. Okay, so this is the path. Okay, so we are mapping. Okay, let me check this one. Source test resources data. Okay, now I am mapping it with the Docker entry point init db.d. So if I map it, then probably when the container starts, it will be seeing this file and it will be initializing all the database, so that our application should be able to see the data. Okay, but remember, now we have created some user here. Okay, so now our application should be given that user credentials so that it can talk to that and the database actually. Okay, so let's do that. So now let's go to our application. Under source main resources, we have application properties. Now we are going to give our MongoDB configuration, the username, password. So that's very simple actually. The Spring data MongoDB .uri. Okay, so this is the preferred approach because we can pass a lot of configurations here. Okay, so this is the MongoDB protocol. I mean, the URI format will be like this: MongoDB : okay, so the user actually : password. Okay, MongoDB, okay, user : password at host. Okay, something like that. Then .port. Okay, /db. Okay, so this is the format actually. Okay, I'm going to write this here just for your reference. Now let me copy this guy and paste it here. Now Spring data MongoDB URI MongoDB. So this is how it will be, like a HTTP. So basically it's a MongoDB protocol. That's what you are saying here. So what's the username? So in our case, it's like a job user. Okay, that is our username. Okay, and what is the password? As you know, this is how we have created job_password. Okay, and where is the host, where it's running? It's a local host. Okay, you can keep it like this. And what is the port? It's a 27017. Okay, and what is the DB name? It's the name of the database is job. Okay, there are also a lot of configurations actually. You can pass a lot of things, like for example socket timeout, all those things. There are so many things you can actually configure here. Okay, so this is the recommended approach to use. So yeah, probably use this format. If you remember, we used to use Spring data MongoDB host, port, all those things separately as a separate properties. Okay, so we can, but this option, this URI format has a lot of options actually. But some of you might be thinking like, but I have to pass the whole thing. What if I would like to variabilize this? Okay, so if you, for example, let's say you are passing a user as an environment variable, you can also use it like this. Okay, the Spring supports this, so no worries on that. Okay, everything else is same, only the user is going to be different. I would like to parameterize this. You can use this as well. Okay, so Spring supports this, so no worries. Okay, so everything looks good to me, guys. Now we are going to start the database and we are going to start the application and see everything is working fine. Okay guys, at this point we have created everything required to start our applications, to start our Mongo database actually. Okay, so let's do things one by one. So I can simply start the MongoDB like this, okay, by clicking on this button. But I think that I am having this because of a plugin I had installed some time ago. Okay, so either you can go with this option, or I would like to do it via the terminal. Okay, command line. So go to your this location. So Alt F12 in my machine. If I press this key shortcut, I will be in this project location, project directory. Okay, I can see the Docker Compose YAML, everything. Okay guys, remember that always do docker compose down once. Okay, so it says that, hey, there are no resources, we have not created anything. Okay, that's cool. Okay, because if you had already done this once, and if you just simply killed right, all the existing containers will still be there, maybe causing some kind of unexpected results. Okay, so the docker compose, if the containers they are already there, they will simply restart actually. Okay, so for me, always do down once to remove everything and start. Okay, let's clean this up. Docker compose up. So now this will be starting our Mongo database, everything. Okay, so it will initialize the database. So now let's go to our application and let's try to run this application. Okay, so our application is up and running. Looks like everything is fine. So what I'm going to do is that let's go to our let's open up browser. Okay, so I'm going to say local host colon 8080 job all, right? Okay, if you hit enter, wow, so everything works just fine. Okay, so you are seeing all the jobs. Okay, so we are initializing the database, we see all the records now. Okay, so now let's search by skills. So what I'm going to say, I'm going to say Java, of course. So if I say Java, I'm seeing only the Java related jobs. If you see, there is one missing actually. Yeah, the Scrum Master role, that's missing. Maybe, you know what, let's use the project word so that we will be getting only the director of engineering, that job actually. Okay, so the search it also works. Let's quickly test the post as well. Okay, so I'm going to say post job. Okay, so now the URL is going to be http localhost 8080/job. Okay, so now the body raw application JSON. Okay, so now so you know there are a few fields, so it's easy. Okay, I'm going to say staff developer. Okay, let's keep it like that. Okay, then the company is going to be Apple, let's assume so. Okay, and what is the set of skills? Actually, the set of skills is going to be, okay, so maybe let's say JavaScript, React, JS, this kind of stuff. Okay, then salary is going to be like 90, this $1. Okay, is remote. Oops, is remote. We are going to say false, something like that. Okay, so everything looks good to me. Let's post and see what's going to happen. Okay, so yeah, we were able to post it successfully. Now let's go back to our browser and see. So if I search for React JS, I should be able to see the new job I had just entered. Okay, so if I look for all jobs, then that should be also here somewhere. Okay, so everything seems to be working fine. As you know already, if you do a Docker compose down, we will be losing this data. But again, remember, this is not a production database. This is for our local development. Okay, so this is what we are doing. But if you want to permanently store this data in your local database, you know how to do this, because we had already done that as well by doing volume mapping. In the data DB directory, we can completely map the whole the directory, so that whatever the data the MongoDB is trying to write, it will be writing in our host, so that we will not be losing the data. So it's up to you. Whatever you like to do, you can do. For me, this is the approach I like. I always initialize the database with the set of data which I like to use always. Then I will play with this kind of stuff. Then when I use Docker compose down, it will be gone. I know that should be totally fine. Okay. Okay guys, Our application seems to be working fine. Now it's time for us to Dockerize our application. Particularly when we Dockerize, you do not have to install Java yourself as we did earlier. There are many Docker images for Java already. However, the size and the security both are important when we look for Java-based Docker images. Of course, security is high priority. Then we can also keep size in mind, because in the real life, once we build the Docker image, we will push it to the registry, and during the deployment process, all the servers will pull the images. So if you want that process to be faster, then the size has to be less. So the size is also important. Okay, so there are many Linux distros. The kernel is same, but we will have tons of Linux distros. Some distros will be huge in size, some distros will be very small in size. Okay, because this distro might not be having all the bells and whistles this distro has. Okay, so you cannot expect all the utilities. So one such lightweight distro is Alpine. This is what I use in production. So let's explore some Docker images, and let's also explore the Alpine image. So I'm back to terminal. Currently I have only Ubuntu. I have removed everything else. So I want you to pull Docker, pull Alpine. You do not have to remove all the images. Okay, you can keep whatever you have, that's fine, but do this Docker pull Alpine. Okay, if you hit enter, let's see how long it takes to pull. Okay, it's super fast if you see. Okay, so now if you check the images, right, check the size, it's close to 70 MB. Okay, but check this guy, it's just a 5.27. Okay, can you believe that we have one OS just 5 MB? This is nice, right? So Alpine is super lightweight. So because of this, I like to use Alpine based images, so that so on top of this, you will be having your application maybe plus Java related stuff. Okay, so that our overall size will be less. Okay, if you try to do the same thing with Ubuntu, so we will be adding, okay, so the extra like 65 MB, okay, close to 65 MB we will be having extra. So yeah, so let me let's create a container. Let's explore this image. If you see here, we will not be getting the bash shell and all, because whatever it has a shell, it's ASH, that's what it has. Okay, so it's the lighter version of bash actually. Okay, something like that. So so this is what this Alpine. Okay, everything is like a super lightweight. Okay, so again, as usual, it might not be having a lot of utilities, so you have to everything install yourself. But however, the basic stuff like navigation, creating directory, all those things and all, of course those things will be there. Okay, so now if you see, the directory is there, you can navigate. Okay, so all those things, of course, we can do this kind of stuff. Definitely it will be there, but all the tools like curl, all those things you might not be having in this, so you have to install this yourself. Okay, so yeah, so now let's look for Alpine based image, okay, for our application. If you go to Docker Hub and look for Java-based Docker images, there could be many options, but there are few options which you might be interested in. One is, of course, OpenJDK. Okay, so you can look for your SysIC version 11 or something, okay, or 17, so something like that. So you can look for your version actually. Okay, so you can find some Docker images and which you could use as your base image to build your Docker image for your application. Okay, there are also Windows images. If you see, there are like a very large in size. Okay, but this is very huge, but this is 200 MB. Comparatively it's okay, but we can look for a little bit smaller than this actually. Okay, also these are like JDK. In case you do not know, Java, the OpenJDK, they stopped providing JRE actually after from 11 or from 12, I guess, actually. Okay, so they do not give JREs. It's completely up to us to create our own Java runtime environments using a tool called JLink. However, using the JLink tool, it's not really an easy thing. Okay, so there are also many other options actually. For example, Eclipse team, they provide official images for OpenJDK. Actually, they are really famous in the Java community. Many people are using in production. We are also using in production actually. So 5 million plus downloads. Okay, so you can here again you can look for your version. So if you see, these are like super small in size actually. Okay, Alpine based images, very small in size. So see, okay, so these are like really good ones. So you can also use this actually as your base image. Okay, however, there is one more option. So Bell Soft. Okay, so looks like it's recommended by Spring. Okay, so they seem to be collaborating, and I am also seeing that IntelliJ people, they are also seem to be collaborating with the Bell Soft. So if you go to Docker Hub and if you look for Bell Soft, yeah, you would be seeing this. If you look for 17, there should be, yeah. So I'm seeing like Docker images for 17 actually. Okay, see 78. Okay, this is cool, super lightweight. Okay, so we can use this as our base image. Okay, so if you are going to use 17, probably use this version 17.0.3 instead of this 17, because when I was using this 17 version, okay, it's not the problem of Bell Soft, it's a OpenJDK 17 seems to have some issues. Later they seem to have fixed it, so probably I will say go with this version. Also remember that this is 100% open source. Okay, so no worries. Again, this is also open source, free to use, so no worries on that. Okay, okay guys, now we have chosen our base image. So please choose your favorite version, then copy this actually. Okay, so now let's go to our IntelliJ. So now I'm back to IntelliJ. Here I'm going to create a Docker file. So in the project root directory, Dockerfile. Okay, so as usual, as you know, the very first step is the from step, and I copy this and let me remove this guy. So this is the base image I would like to use. Okay, then you can have some work directory. So I can say user share or user app home, whatever you want to call this. Okay, user share app, something like this. Okay, then copy here. What I'm going to say is that what I would like to copy here, I would like to copy actually I have not built the project. Okay, so you know what, let's build the project. Okay, sorry about that. Maven clean package, let's do it first. Okay, so the project has been the app has been built. So now if you check, there will be a target directory. So now if you go and check, you will be having the you will be seeing one jar file, right? So this is exactly what we would like to copy. Okay, so what you have to say is that under go to target, under that there is some jar. Okay, okay, this is what I would like to copy. Okay, this is what we are saying, and copy that and place it as app.jar. Okay, this is what we are saying here. Okay, now what is the next step? Once you have copied, then nothing. So we have to simply just run this as a java -jar app.jar. Okay, so now let's use the exact form, because that's a preferred approach anyway. Java -jar app.jar. Okay, let's keep it like that. So that's it. This is our application Dockerfile. Now you might be wondering why I did not use the expose to expose the port 8080. Actually, if you read the documentation, right, expose doesn't really expose anything. Actually, it doesn't really publish ports. Okay, it functions as a documentation between the user who builds the image and the person who runs the container. Okay, so that is, even if you do not use expose, you should still be able to access the container port 8080 if there is a process listening on port 8080 inside the container. Okay, so this is why I wanted to explicitly didn't want to use it, and I simply created this so that we can see this. However, it's good practice to add expose. Okay, now for the time being, let's keep it as it is. Let's in the later we will be adding that expose. Okay, so I'm back to terminal now. Actually, I find this terminal easy to use compared to the IntelliJ terminal. Okay, so this is my project directory. Okay, so this is where I am. So we have just created this Dockerfile actually. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so what we are going to do is that let's build the Docker image now. Okay, Docker build -t job service. Okay, let's call this like this. For the real life, or if you're part of any organization, right, probably you will be using your project name here. Okay, something like this, your project name slash, for example here, or in my case I can use my account name, something like that. Okay, this is how you would be building, but here we are not going to push it to Docker Hub, so for the time being it's okay. So let's keep it like that. So Docker build -t job service, this is the location the project is. So dot, so if you hit enter, okay, it's pulling this image and the Docker image has been built. This is cool. Okay, so let's clear this and look for Docker images. Wow, we are seeing job service, it's 131 MB. Okay, so not bad, this is cool. Okay, now if you run job service, wow, okay, we see it is starting actually, right? So we saw the Spring thing. Okay, at least there is no dependency injection issue. Okay, so Spring was able to start fine. However, if you see, there is a problem here. I want you to check this exception and I want you to fix this problem yourself. Okay, I'll see you in the next lecture. Okay, so in the previous lecture, when we were trying to run our Docker image, it was starting fine, but however, it's not able to connect to the Mongo database because it was trying to look for Mongo database in the local host. That is, in my machine, in IntelliJ, it will work fine because the MongoDB, I'm running it, I am doing the port mapping to this port. So my IntelliJ Java will be able to talk to the Mongo database. However, the container cannot talk to the Mongo database because the container is looking for the MongoDB within the container. You are getting right? I will keep saying this again and again, mainly because I have seen many people getting confused and trying to waste a lot of time here. Okay, that is why I'm trying to explain this actually. Okay, so here this application is looking for Mongo in the container, which is not, it's not there actually. So what we can do is, when you run it, when you run for Docker run job service, we can pass the -e environment variable. We can pass the Spring Data MongoDB URI. We can pass that there instead of the host information, right? There instead of local host, you have to give your machine IP address, or you have to give the MongoDB container IP address. You know how to get it. Docker inspect container name. Using that, we can get the IP address of the Mongo container. But we don't have to do that much hard things actually. Okay, we can simply create a Docker compose file to fix this problem easily. So let's work on it. So now let's go to our IntelliJ Docker compose file. Now let's add the job service here actually. Okay, so job service. Okay, so and the image is going to be job service, or whatever the name you had given. Oops, not like this. Okay, So, and it depends on Mongo. Okay, and the ports, yes, we would like to map the port 8080 colon 8080. Okay, and important thing is environment. Let's go and copy this guy. Okay, so this is good, this will work, but only in our local machine. So we okay, you know what, let's modify this like this. Okay, so yep, oh, this is big. Okay, you know what, it's better to always keep this as a string, because sometimes the double slash, all these things, it might mess up. So let me pass this as a string like this. Okay, so yeah, now this makes sense. This is the property, and this is the value we like to pass. But remember, this is not localhost, because we like to talk to this service. So remove the localhost and change it to Mongo. So that is, you go and talk to this guy. That's what we are saying here. Okay, so this port mapping, does it make sense now? No, we can always comment this if you do not like. But remember, we also need to do local development. You also want to test this once the application is built. Okay, so you need a kind of both actually. Okay, so let's keep this like this for now. We are going to change it later now, but this is, with this setup, our application should be fine actually. You can also start everything like here, but I don't want to use all these plugins. I want you to explore the plugins yourself. So instead, let me do it via the terminal. Okay, I'm back to the terminal now. So this is my project directory. I have Docker compose file. So let me clear this and let me issue Docker compose up. Okay, let's see what's happening now. If you see, everything seems to be running. Okay, so okay, let's go and check in this terminal. Okay, so Docker PS, if I say Docker PS, okay, looks like MongoDB is also running with port mapping, and my application also seems to be running with the 8080 port mapping. Okay, so at this point I should be able to access my endpoint, right? Localhost 8080 job all. If I say all, wow, I'm seeing this is cool, right? So if I say search skills, like let's say Jira. Okay, so now I get less results compared to this. So Jira, this is what I'm getting. If you say project, I should be getting only one result, the director of engineering role. Okay, so this is exactly what we are getting. So looks like our application is working just fine with Docker compose. Okay, I want you to see this as well. If you remember, when we were doing MongoDB with the Docker compose, Mongo Express and all, right, we had to restart the Mongo Express container again and again till the MongoDB was ready. Okay, however, for our job service, we did not do restart. So how come here the application works? So did we not face the issue now? Actually, if you scroll up, if you keep going up, see, connection refused. It was not able to talk to Mongo, this application. Okay, our application job service was not able to talk to the Mongo database because MongoDB was not ready. If you check the log once again, is somewhere here I was seeing that waiting for connection, something like this, so that the MongoDB was ready beyond that point only. Okay, so we are facing the same issue here as well. However, Mongo Express will exit immediately. Okay, in case of issues, Mongo Express exits immediately, so that we had to restart again and again. However, Spring is very resilient. It doesn't kind of, how to say, it retries itself. So Spring automatically retries. If the MongoDB is down, oh, there is Mongo unable to connect to the Mongo database, something like that, then it tries again after like few seconds or so. Because of that, since the retry logic is inbuilt, so we do not have to restart the container ourselves again and again. So by using the restart always, we do not have to use it in the Docker Compose file. Okay, so you see the difference, right? So it depends on the application actually. Okay, so that's why we did not have to do all these things. It automatically was able to talk to the Mongo database later as part of its own retry logic. Once we are done here, you can always press Ctrl C and to bring everything down. Do not forget to use Docker Compose down. So this is what it will remove the network and it will get rid of the containers. Okay. In the previous lecture, we had created the Docker Compose file and we were using Docker Compose up down to bring the application up and down. However, the basic assumption was we had already issued this command to build the Docker image first. Okay, so only if the Docker image is present, then this command will work. Otherwise, of course, it will fail because there will not be any job service. So it will be trying to pull from the Docker hub, which is not valid. Okay. So can we simplify this? Should I be always trying to build the Docker images every time? What if I forget to issue this command? So is there any way for me to simplify these two? Okay, so that is what we are going to discuss now. Docker Compose can also build images for you if you like. That is, here the Mongo is not our image. Okay, this is a public image which we would like to use it in our project. So this is fine. But this is my application. I own this application and I would like to build this. I have a Dockerfile here. Okay, so what I have to build this every time, then I have to use it in the Docker Compose, right? So what we can say is the Compose, there is an option called build. Okay, so and dot, where is the project directory? The dot, the current directory. This is where the Docker file is present. You can give it like this. Okay, then if you save this file, Docker Compose has a build option using which what it will do is that when you say build, it will look for the build. Okay, it will look for the services which requires build. It will see this. Oh, looks like I have to build this project. Then it will take this Docker file, build this image, and it will give the name whatever you have given here. You are getting right. This is super cool. Okay, so again, just to repeat quickly, if you say Docker Compose build, it will say, okay, there is no build, so I don't have to build this. Here it will come and check, oh, there is a build, then in this image I have to build. This is what Docker Compose will assume. So where is the Docker file? So this is the dot. So using this, it will take this Docker file, it will build the image. So okay, what is the name? How will we give the name? So the name, yeah, this is the name. It will use this as a name. Okay, so using this, it will build the image itself. You can also give v3.4, something like this. If this is the name you are giving with this as a tag, it will build the image like this with this tag actually. Okay, so it will just work fine. Okay, what you really need is just this. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to remove all the images. Now I'm going to see if using this we can build the image or not. Okay, so I'm back to the terminal. Now if you see Docker images, I have removed everything except Mongo. So Mongo is fine, let's keep it. Okay, so this is the directory. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to say Docker Compose build. Okay, you can also say like this. Now you can see it will automatically pull our build soft image. It built everything. Okay, so now at this point you can simply say Docker Compose up. Okay, so now this will bring everything up. Now you go to the other terminal as we had done earlier. Now we can execute the same command. If you say project, you should be seeing the director of engineering, all those things. So it basically means that it's working. Okay, so now let's stop this. It will take few seconds. Okay, now it's completely down. Okay, now I'm going to remove the Docker image, Docker RMI job service. Let's remove this guy. Okay, now I have removed it. Now if you check, I am having only Mongo. Okay, we can also give this as a one single command, that is docker compose up build, something like this. That is, hey docker compose up, bring everything up. If you see any build option, first build them first. Okay, if you see any build them first, then bring everything up. That is what we are seeing. So you can give everything as a one single option like this. Usually for docker run, the run options we will be giving docker run, and between run and the image name we will be passing all the options. But here for docker compose up, you will be kind of giving everything after up. Okay, so yeah, so docker compose up minus build, if you see, give like this, so it will be building the images. Now actually it quickly built. Now it's kind of everything up and running. So now if you see Jira, it works fine. If you say Java, that will also work fine. Okay, so far we were able to build our application, build the Docker image, and we were creating the Docker compose YAML file, and we were able to test everything. Things are fine. Okay, now as you know, when I say Docker compose up, both the Mongo and the job service both will be up. Okay, sometimes this is good for testing purposes, to confirm that whether my job service is really working or not. Once I Dockerized it, yeah, I want to test it, so this is great. But if there is a change in requirement, if I want to go back and do some changes in my application, right? So I want to do some development here. During the development process, I want to run this MongoDB alone. I don't want this to be running. Okay, you're getting right. So I have multiple services. I want just one of this to be running fine, just to help with my development here. Once I tested via my IntelliJ, then I will be Dockerizing it. Then I will be testing it with once I have created the Docker image. Okay, I'll be doing this testing later. But when I am playing with IntelliJ, I want this service to be alone up and running. Okay, so how to do this? Actually, this is very simple requirement. If you go and keep the cursor here, right, it gives you a hint saying that Docker compose up Mongo. If you say like this, if you say Docker compose up, everything will be up. If you say Docker compose up the service name, only that service alone will be up. Okay, you can test this. Okay, so now I go to let me minimize this. Okay, now I am go to this terminal. If I say Docker compose up the service name, now if you go and check, let me clear this screen. If I say docker ps, only the Mongo will be up and running, the job service is not up and running. So you can use this actually. Okay, this is exactly what you want. Now I can actually, now this is running, right, I can go to IntelliJ. Okay, let's say I am making some change here. Once I made the change here, now I can simply run this application. Okay, so the port 8080 is not occupied. Now I can test things via IntelliJ. Everything is fine here. Okay, once I have tested, then always I can Dockerize it, and I can test it via the Docker compose up. All the services running, I can test it one more time. Okay, so this is good. There is also another way actually. Okay, that is, like as we have Spring profiles, Docker compose has its own profiles. Okay, for example, there is an option called profiles. Okay, so you can call this some profile name. Okay, you can give this some profile name. What it means is that only if the profile is app, this service will be up. Otherwise, only this service will be up. So when this will be useful is mainly because now in our case we have only two services. This is simple. What if you want to run Mongo, one Redis, one Postgres, then job service? If you have to run multiple services, right, you can easily control via this this profile, so that based on the profiles, the corresponding services will be up and running. Okay, so now if I do this way, okay, let me minimize this, let me go back to the terminal. Okay, so now if we go back here, let me bring everything down. Okay, now everything brought down. Now if I say docker compose up, okay, now if you say docker ps, only the Mongo is up and running. Okay, my application is not brought up. If you see job service is not there, only MongoDB is up and running, so you can bring that down. Okay, so if you want to both to be up and running, docker compose profile, okay, you can say profile app up. Okay, you can say profile is equal to app, something like this. Now if you say, now both will be up and running. Okay, so now both will be okay. So by using profile, you can also run specific services. Okay, sometimes this will also be useful actually. Okay, so when you activate, now if you say like this, right, now you have to use the same profile to bring everything down. Okay, remember that. Okay, otherwise only the MongoDB will be down. Okay, so if I say up, everything will be up. Okay, if you kill this, it will take some time, be patient. Okay, now without profile you are issuing down. It removed only the MongoDB, it didn't remove the job service. Okay, so you might want to add the profile as well to bring everything down. Okay, now the job service also removed. Hey guys, in this lecture I'm going to show you another cool way to build your Docker image. That is, in order to demonstrate that, I have removed all the images from my machine. I have removed all the Docker images, and I have also removed the target directory. I issued maven clean command, so the target directory is gone now. Okay, so now if I try to build the Docker image job service dot, okay, so this is my project directory. Okay, this is where I am. If I try to build it, right, it will try to build and it will say that, hey, you wanted me to copy this file, but it's not there. So how can I build the Docker image? So it failed. So it makes sense from Docker perspective, right? So the basic expectation is, in order to build this, you should have created the jar. In order to create the jar, you should have Java and Maven installed in your machine, right? See, we developers, we will be having that installed, but what if it's not there? Okay, so that is the question you're getting, right? So if you do not have Maven or Java installed, you should still be able to build the jar file by using another Docker which has Maven installed. You're getting, right? So that is exactly what I am going to show that. Okay, so in order to build my Docker image, I need another Docker image which has JDK and Maven installed. Okay, so go to Docker Hub, search for Maven, and you can come here and you can go to tags actually. Okay, you can look for specific version. Let's say I am particularly looking for JDK 17. So you can search for some keywords. Okay, so you will be getting some results. Now you can look for specific version, whatever you like. So maybe I kind of like this I want JDK 17, and I also want Maven 3. Particular version of Maven 3.8 as well. Okay, so I'm going to copy this guy. Okay, and using this information, using this image, we are going to modify our Docker files slightly differently. Okay, now let's come back to our Docker file. So what I'm going to do is that in the Docker file, let's give us some space here, and I'm going to paste whatever I have copied. Mainly I copied for this image name, so I don't need this actually. So let's remove this, and I'm going to use this as a base image now. Okay, so here in Docker there is something called a multi-stage Docker file. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to do now. Okay, so you can give some stage name actually. So this stage is called builder. Okay, so we are giving some name. The name can be anything. Okay, I can even give my name here, so it doesn't really matter. So this is a builder stage. Okay, now in order to build the jar file, I need JDK and Maven, right? So this image already has these two. Okay, but what else it needs? It needs the project source code, right? So let's put it there. So that is what I'm going to do. So before that, let me create some directory for us. Let's call this build directory. Okay, I'm creating a build directory. Now I'm going to copy my source directory and place it as source inside the build directory. That is what we are saying. And copy the pom XML because we need the pom XML, and place it as pom XML inside the build directory. That is what we are saying. Now Docker will take this base image, it will create a build directory, it will take the source and it will put it there, it will take the pom XML and it will put it there. Now if you at this stage, right, this image has everything: JDK, Maven, source code, pom XML. That's it. Now using this we can run this Maven clean package, right? We can run any command, so we can run the Maven clean package command. Now after this step, at this point, if you check the image, right, it under the target directory, it should be having the jar, right? Okay, so we can copy that and place it here. That is the idea. Okay, so now this is our original image, whatever we have here. Okay, so now I'm going to separate this actually like this. Guys, this is not really required. I'm simply just adding it just for our understanding. Okay, so here up to this point we build the jar. Now what we are saying here is, okay, and let me copy this. Actually I'm going to do the exact same thing but slightly differently. I'm going to comment this. So what we are saying is, copy the jar from this my host and place it here. That is what we are saying, right? So we are going to say the exact same thing, but here what we are saying, what we are not from my host, instead take it from this builder stage, take it from this. That is what we are saying. So builder. So you are basically giving a name for this image or the process or container or the stage, whatever it is. So instead of host, go and take it from the builder. That's what we are saying. However, this path is not correct because as you see, it is there in the build directory. Under that there will be a target directory. Okay, so we have to say that in the build directory there will be a target directory. Under that there will be this jar. Take it and place it as an app jar. Okay, so give the absolute path. Okay, that would be, yeah, that's the idea. Now things are clear, right? Now let's build the image and see. The one problem with this approach, right, in my machine I have the local M2, so because of that things will be super fast when I build the jar. Here it's a fresh image, so it will be trying to download the whole world actually, as you know. So that's what the Maven will do, right? Okay, let's put the dot, hit enter and see. Actually this image is not there in my machine, so it's trying to download all the images actually, so it might take some time, so please be patient. So it's still pulling the image actually. So okay, now we have copied the project. Now we are running the Maven clean package. So this is where we will be downloading all the Maven jars. Wow. Okay, finally it's complete. It took some time, but I mean, as we know that why it takes some time. Okay, so now it copied the jar and using that jar it built this image. Now you might be wondering, oh, then what about the size? Okay, let's check the size. Okay, the same 131 MB. Okay, because see, this is our image, there is no doubt in it. However, we just borrowed another image temporarily to create this jar file. Then we take it from there, we take the jar from there and place it here to create our image. Okay, so our image is going to be the same size here anyway. Okay, so this is the 131 MB. If we had created Docker image from this, then the size would have been like more than 500 MB, 700 MB, something like that. So yeah, so this is another cool way. Hey guys, in this lecture, I would like to show you another way to build the Docker image. In this approach, you do not even need the Docker file. Spring will automatically take care for you. So the command is maven spring -boot build -image. Okay, so this is the command. Ensure that you are in your project directory. Okay, so if you hit enter, Spring will build the project. First it will create the jar file, then it will pull some additional images to create the Docker image for our application. Okay, so for the first time it will be a little bit slower. Okay, so since I have already run the command, I kind of come to this stage faster, but for the first time you will be seeing these things will be a little bit slower. Okay, so now let me clear the screen. Now if I go to Docker images, now I see job service. So this is the our application Docker image. Okay, and if you see it automatically added the tag based on the version we have in the POM file. And if you see the size, it's kind of relatively kind of large in size compared to our own image we had created earlier. And one weird thing is that it says that it was created 42 years ago, even though we just created now. Okay, I did not even cut or edit this video actually. Okay, so but it says that it was created 42 years ago. Okay, so now it's mainly because this plugin uses something called a build pack. If you can go to Docker Hub and see this, and there is one issue. So somebody has reported this already. So when they tried 2 years ago, so they were seeing that it says that it was created 40 years ago. Okay, something like this. But if you scroll down, you can see they are saying that this is a feature, not a bug. Okay, if you follow this thread, you will understand why they are doing this way. Actually, it might make sense, but to be honest, I personally find this very weird. Okay, also if you ask me which one you are using this, or you are creating your own Docker file. If you ask me like this, I create my own Docker file. Dockerfile, first of all, is not really a 1,000-line file. Okay, you are not going to put a lot of business logic. You are not going to add a lot of if-else conditions and all. The Dockerfile, it's a very simple file most of the cases. Also, when I have my own Dockerfile, I have complete freedom. I have complete control. I can do whatever I want to do with my Dockerfile with my own image. Okay, so sometimes people try to add some Maven plugins and all to create Docker images. That is also totally fine, but they are the argument what they come up with usually is you don't need a Docker file. As I keep saying, Docker file is really not a 1,000-line file. So to replace a Docker file, you are going to add like a huge plugin in the POM file. Okay, so for me it doesn't seem to make any difference to me. So I would say it's completely up to you. Whichever the approach you like to use, you can always use. Again, this you can also run this Docker run job service with this tag. You can run this and your application will also just run fine actually. Okay, so no worries on that, and you can use whatever you like to use, but I kind of like to create my own Docker file. Okay, hey guys, let's quickly summarize what we had done in this section. This is our end goal. This is what we like to create as part of this course. In this section, we were focusing mostly on this area. We were creating this service, and we were able to talk to our MongoDB database via Mongo container. And we were able to Dockerize it, we were able to test it end to end using Docker Compose, etc. Okay, so we were also talking about the various Linux flavors, how to choose which image based on the size, etc. Then there we were also exploring OpenJDK, Eclipse image, and Buildsoft image. Then we finally kind of chose Buildsoft because of the Spring recommendation. However, it's completely up to you. You can always use any base image you like to use actually. Okay, you do not have to build your own base image with the Java 17 or 11, all those things, because there are many images already. Okay, and we were also exploring the Docker compose commands, which we had not explored earlier. That is, sometimes you might want to bring only certain services up. You do not want everything. By default, when you say Docker compose up, if you had given 15 services in the huge compose file, everything will be up. But sometimes you might want to run only specific services for some other testing purposes maybe. Okay, so you can always give only the service name. You can give like this so that only those services will be up. Or you can also use profile. Okay, that is all like a Spring profile. Based on the profile, you can also bring certain services up, down. Okay, that will also kind of easy. Okay, compared to this is also easy to do this using by profile. Okay, it's almost like a Spring, right? Okay, then you can also build a Docker image as part of the up process just by passing this build option actually. Okay, so that you don't have to do the Docker build -t, all those things. You do not have to remember the command. Instead, just by doing this, you can build the Docker image, then you can just create a container immediately as part of the up process. Then you can test if you like. Okay, hey guys, in this section let's focus on developing integration tests with the help of Docker, and how to improve our quality of our code or our deliverables as a developer. Okay, so we would be creating integration test for the application we just developed, the job service. So we had exposed certain endpoints, right? So we are going to ensure that those endpoints are working fine. Okay, so for that we are going to include a library called test containers. Test containers is a Java library using which you can create Docker containers for your integration testing. For example, if you want a database, message queues, maybe another service. So if you depend on another application, and if you have the Docker image, then that's it. You can use it along with the test containers for your integration testing. So that is the idea. Okay, so let's get started. To add that test container dependency, I want you to go to start.spring.io. So just you don't worry about all these things. Go to add dependencies, and here look for test containers. Okay, so let's explore this. Okay, so these are the things I want you to add. This version. Okay, so this under properties we need this version. Okay, then you would want this dependency, test containers, JUnit, Jupyter, this dependency, and the dependency management. So we need 3 things from here. Okay, this guy, and the dependency, and the dependency management. Okay, so nothing else. Okay, for now. So I have added all those things like those properties, the dependency, and the dependency management. Okay, now since we are going to write integration test, we need the fail-safe plugin actually. So we need one more plugin. So let's add the plugin. So I'm going, the group ID is going to be org.apache maven plugin. Okay, let me write it. Okay, maven plugins. Okay, yeah, it's here, this guy. Okay, so and here it's a fail-safe plugin. Okay, and the version is going to be, not sure we have the, yeah, this version is not there, so 2.22.2. okay, this version. So the fail-safe plugin, so using this plugin only we will be running our integration test. Or you do not need this plugin, you can write your integration test like a unit test. So you can simply, we can run this as part of Maven clean test. But normally integration test we would be running as part of a separate goal actually, or phase. Okay, so we will be running as part of Maven clean verify or Maven clean integration test. Only during that goal we will be running this. So that's why I am adding this plugin. Okay, also do not forget to reload this as and when you update the POM file. Suppose if you are not seeing this, go to POM file, right click, go to Maven, and you should be able to reload project. Okay, so please do not forget this. Also in this section I will not be writing unit test. Okay, I am going to focus only on the integration test with the help of Docker. Remember that our aim here is to learn that how the Docker is going to help us. Okay, that is the goal. In the unit testing, Docker is not involved. If you are planning to write unit test, we will be using Marketos. Okay, that's what we will be using, Marketos. But for integration test, the one system will depend on another system actually, right? So here we will not be using any mock. For integration test we will not be using any mock, so one system will depend on another system. So that is where we are going to write, in order to test that without any mocking, we are going to write integration test, and that is where we need Docker help. Okay, so that's why I'm going to focus only on the integration testing, but it doesn't mean that you can skip unit test and you can always write integration test. That's a bad idea. Okay, that is not the aim of this course, and I'm not promoting that by doing this, so remember that. Okay, so you still have to write unit test cases in real life. Hey guys, in this lecture, let's start writing the integration test for our job service application. So go to source test Java. So you will be seeing the default that test template class the Spring provides. Okay, so this is for a unit test. Normally the unit test classes will end with a test or test like this. Okay, so the integration test, we will be kind of naming them as it will end with IT actually, like this. Okay, so this is how normally we name the integration test classes, because we will not be executing them as part of Maven clean test phase, because integration tests will be time consuming test and the unit test cases are really super fast test. So we will not be executing for every time. So you, as part of only the Maven clean verify phase, you will be executing this actually. So our application is a web application. In order to invoke those REST endpoints, I need a client. So for that, Spring will give me a web test client. Okay, so if you're using a WebFlex project, you can get a web test client, or if you're using the MVC, probably you will be having a test REST template, something like that. Okay, just because you say auto wired, Spring will not directly give it to you, so you have to explicitly ask for it, because this bean will be created only if you say that auto configure web test client. Okay, only then this bean will be created and it will be given to you. Okay, remember that. Okay, so let's create let's rename this public void. We have the job, right? So the all jobs. Okay, so test, that's what I'm going to do as part of this. So this dot client dot get, it's a get endpoint dot URI, it's going to be /job/all. So you don't have to say localhost, all these things, so Spring will figure it out, so no worries on that. Then what else? So exchange, so invoke that endpoint and expect status. Okay, so is 200 successful or it's a bad request, what you are expecting. So for us it should be a success request, so it should be okay, so it should be 200 successful. And expect body here, if you can say whether it should be empty, or if you want to do some kind of assertion, we can do some kind of assertion here. So I'm going to use JSON path. Okay, so JSON, okay, let's keep it like this. This is how I like to keep it actually. Okay, so the JSON path, you can say $. So for example, you can write the JSON path, which property you like to access in the JSON response, something like this. Let's say you have a person object and it has name, age and everything. So you can say age is equal to 5, something like this. If that's what you want to verify, you can verify. In our case, I would like to verify the whole JSON object is not empty actually. Okay, so this is what I would like to verify. This is a simple test. So our test looked good to me, but of course if I try to run the test, it will not work because MongoDB is not running. So this is where we brought the test containers dependency, so which will be responsible for spinning up all the containers before the test starts. So once the test is complete, it will stop all the containers. Okay, so it will take care everything for us, which is nice. Okay, again, some of you might be asking question like, hey, we have this embedded Mongo, probably we would have used this. This is where we're doing all these things. Yeah, for Mongo you have the embedded Mongo, even though it's not an official product, but let's assume something. Okay, let's imagine that you have an application for which you are depending on another application like Mongo, for which there is no embedded thing like that. Okay, so what will you do in that case, right? So yeah, so this is where this test container is going to help us. Okay, so now let's work on the test container part. Once that is done, then we will run this, then we will be adding more test. Okay. Hey guys, so in this lecture, let's work on the test container class. Okay, so here under the same package, I'm going to create another package. So the reason for this I tell you later. Let's call this generic. Okay, I'm going to show two different things. Okay, that's why I'm going to have one package. For the other thing, I'll create a separate package. So here I am going to create a base test. Okay, let's call this simply a base test. Okay, so here I'm going to create a couple of properties like a private static final. So it's going to be an int. So let's work on the let's define certain properties like Mongo port, this kind of stuff. So this is the port we are going to use, and we would like to map. We are going to create a container, right? So let's call this init.js, and what is the path? Actually, let me go here and grab this guy. Okay, this is exactly what we want, this guy. Okay, so you can also say that maybe, you know what, let's keep like this. Okay, so init.js, something like this. So then let's do that MongoDB, the URI format. Okay, Mongo URI format. Okay, I'll come to that why we are doing this. Let's go to application. Okay, let's copy this guy and let's paste it here. Okay, so this is our, because we are going to pass this as an environment variable. Okay, so here everything is correct. Okay, everything is correct except it's not localhost instead. So let's change that to %s and %s. Okay, so because we do not know the host and the port information. Okay, the user, password, everything we create as part of the file we are going to map. So this looks correct, but we do not know the host and the port. It could be anything actually, that's what it means. Okay, so I'm going to replace this later. So far things are clear here. Now let's create the container object, private static final. I'm going to say generic container, and I'm going to call this Mongo equals new generic container. What? Hold on. Okay, okay, just to keep this guy happy. So for this guy expects, okay, Docker image name dot parse. So what is the image name? So the image name is Mongo. So if you want to pass the tag, I mean, you have to say like this. Okay, so yeah, so you can, that's it. Or we can also do certain things like, for example, if you want to expose ports, in our case we want to expose this Mongo port. Okay, if you see, it's an array of ports. You can pass multiple ports if you want to expose those ports from the container. Okay, so with exposed ports, in our case it's a Mongo port. Okay, remember that here we are not going to do the mapping, port to mapping with the host. Why? Actually, we can map the port with the host, but the point here is, remember that whatever we are doing here, right, it's not for our local testing. It's for running as part of our CI/CD build server. So in your CI/CD build server, right, you will probably building 10 different projects at the same time. So each and every integration test is trying to map the same port with the host, right? It will not work. You will be having the port conflict. So what it will do is that we are going to map with some kind of a random port. Okay, so the test container will take care of that for us, so no worries. Okay, so then we are exposing this port. Then we would like to do the volume mapping. For the volume mapping, there is a class path resource mapping. Okay, so where is our resource path? It is here actually. So yeah, source test resources. So it's a class path. So up to this point it will be taken care. So you have to give this actually. Okay, so it's a data init.js. I'm going to map the sync file because in a large project I assume that you might be having a lot of files, so it's better to kind of map just one single file. So that's why I wanted to do this way. Okay, so we have seen this already, I remember. Yeah, so bind mode read only. Yeah, because we don't need read, right? It's just a init file, so read only is fine. Then we can also do waiting for, just wait for this Mongo to the expose the port, actually wait for listening port. So that's what we are saying actually. Okay, so whatever the port you are giving here, so it will ensure that the port is available, something like that. So that is the idea. Okay, so okay, so let's try to add this annotation. Okay, it's for, okay, so this is, it's provided by test containers as for the JUnit Jupyter. Okay, JUnit 5. These two annotations, basically they will be managing the life cycle of the container. Okay, so they will be managing when to start the container and when to stop the container. Okay, so it will be taken care by the framework. You do not have to do all these things, mainly because remember here we are saying that private static final. So it's a constant, right? That's what it means, right? So this container, it will be available for all the integration tests you have. So it will be started once and stopped once. But if you say private something like this, then it's a more of an instance level, right? So it will be kind of started, stopped. It will be started and it will be stopped for every test, something like that. Okay. Okay, let's keep it like this. When we run the test, right, or when we run our application, so our application, after reading this property, since we have this in the application.properties, it will be always trying to read this, and it will be trying to connect to the database since we have the localhost 27017. However, when we run it in the CI/CD build server, this is not correct actually. Okay, it could be different. So we need a way to override this information, right? Before the test starts, we have to override this somehow. So that is where the dynamic property source is provided by string that comes into picture. So static void. So here what we are going to do is that we are going to replace the Mongo properties. Okay, it's just a simple name. It can be anything actually. Okay, we are going to so we are going to, at runtime, we are going to update this. That's what I'm trying to say. Registry. So registry.add. So here you can give the properties, whatever you have here, right? So you can take this guy. Okay, let's come back here, and here you have to pass this information here. Okay, so this is the key. So this is the key. Okay, and what is the value? You have to give. Okay, value is a supplier. Okay, it's a supplier object, so you have to say like this. So you have to pass the value. Okay, so using this, whatever you are giving here, using this, it will be trying to connect to that. Our application will be trying to connect via the connection string you are giving here actually. Okay, so that is why we have the format. Now we have to update this actually. Okay, so hopefully this is clear. So here we have to give the host information and the port information. As I had mentioned earlier, we need to run this as part of our CI/CD build server. Okay, maybe the host could be a local host, but the port it might change. We do not know what it is. So in order to get the port right, if you, there is a thing, actually there is a mongo dot get first mapped port, actually get first mapped port, or okay, you know what, get mapped port. Okay, if you pass this, what is the original port? Original port is 27017. So what is the container port? If you give the container port, it will give you the corresponding mapped port for you. Okay, this is cool. However, you cannot get this directly because that will happen only after the container starts. Okay, so here in this case we have to say mongo dot start. Okay, so it will start the container. Now at this point you can get the port and host information. Okay, so what I'm going to do is that string dot format. Okay, so mongo URI format. Okay, so now we are going to replace these two values. Okay, so we are going to say mongo dot get host. What is the host? And mongo get mapped port of the 27017. Okay, so what is the corresponding mapped port? Okay, so now this guy will be giving me that okay, let me cut this guy and we can replace this here. Okay, so that's it. So now using that information, we are building the Spring Data MongoDB URI. Now our application will be able to talk to using this connection string now. Hey guys, I would like to make a few corrections actually. Okay, first of all, it's not init.js. I just noticed it's a job init.js. That's how we have created this file. So it has to be a job init. Okay, sorry about that. So this is correct. Now I also like to keep this as an abstract class. Okay, yeah, because it's going to be extended by this guy. So this is why I'm going to make this as an abstract class now. Okay, so other than that, everything is good here. Okay, so now this class can extend the base test we had created. Okay, so the base test. So now at this point everything looks good, so we can run the test. Okay, so I'm going to right click, run the test. Okay, before that I will show you that I have only the Mongo image now. Okay, nothing else. So let me run this. This guy will be kind of pulling some images. Okay, so let's explore that now. So the test is running actually. Okay, as you see, so now if you, it's kind of trying to pull some, okay, test container, some image. Okay, so now let's take a look at the Docker PS. Wow, the test is complete actually by this. Okay, super cool. Okay, so the test is complete. It looks like it kind of created some container. Okay, so okay, let me expand this guy. If you see, everything will be, by this time everything will have automatically removed. Okay, so you don't have to do anything actually. Even if you do docker ps -a, it's not there, so they are all gone, so it will be automatically taken care for us actually. Okay, so this is cool, right? So now let's go to this results. It says that everything is passed. Maybe we should have logged something actually. Expect body, and after that consume with. Here you can get the whole response entity object in terms of byte array. So maybe we can just print it actually. So new string of e dot get response body, so that the byte array we are converting that to string and we print it. Okay, so now let's run this one more time. Okay, so now if you see the response, the response object, we are seeing it here. Okay, so this is cool. So our API endpoint seems to be working just great. Okay, so this is exactly what we wanted. Hey guys, in the previous lecture we were running our integration test. Our test was fine, everything went just great, right? Okay, however, I would like to fix a couple of annoying things actually. I noticed, and I would like to fix it right away. That is, if you go and check the log, you will be seeing tons of debug log actually. Okay, so these guys, they by default they seem to be kind of logging this, the test containers guys. Okay, so I also noticed in their GitHub projects that by default they are doing this actually, the debug log. So we do not need this, it's a huge thing, so we can get rid of this. So, and another thing is, if you go all the way to the bottom, actually I ran this few times consistently, it's happening that this exception. Okay, that is, but it's an error, not an sorry, it's an info, not an error. So particularly seems to be coming from our Mongo reactive driver client actually, that is our Spring application. Okay, so it's trying to connect to the Mongo database, and Mongo database is not ready because we are initializing all those things, but then it kind of retrace later as part of the test. That time everything is fine anyway. Okay, so it seems to be happening like exactly before the MongoDB seems to be ready. Okay, so I'm going to hide this as well. So again, I'm not fixing the problem, I'm kind of hiding the problem. Okay, just it's a kind of a painkiller. I feel like it's a little bit of annoying thing. Okay, so that's what I'm trying to do. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to set the log level. Sorry, I'm going to add the logback XML. So go here, add the file called logback test.xml. Okay, and I would have already shared the file with you guys. So paste the content here, and that's it. So by default everything will be info. So all the test container debug log will be gone. And for the org MongoDB driver cluster, here here it's info. I am changing the level to 1. Okay, so anything warning or error, show me info, and all do not show me. That's what I am trying to say here. Okay, just to hide this. Yeah, other than that, yeah, everything else looks good to me. But hey, so what will happen if it's not able to connect to the database? So you are hiding something, right? But no worries, if our application, if our test is not able to talk to the database, it will fail anyway. Okay, so that time we will know immediately, say, because our test will fail, so we will be looking into that. But this thing, we can hide this actually anyway, it's just an info. Okay, so I'm going to rerun this test now. Let's see. So now if you see, looks like the debug thing, everything is gone, and it looks like I am also not seeing that. Okay, just to double confirm once, there is no debug thing, which is good. And if I scroll all the way down, I am also not seeing the exception. Okay, so which is good. Okay. Hey guys, in this lecture we are going to add a couple of more tests here. Okay, and I am also going to remove this, as I feel like we no longer need this actually. Okay, so okay, now let me copy this guy, paste it here. So here I'm going to use this for a search by skills test. Okay, search by skills test. So here okay, job. Okay, so this will be like a search, right? Yeah, search and skills equals Java. I'm going to keep it like this. Now everything else is same, even though this also get endpoint 200 successful, expect body. So here we are expecting okay, so if you want to access the size, you can say $.size. Okay, so these are like part of JSON. Okay, JSON path. Okay, so you can expect it will give you the size of the response object actually. Okay, so now we are expecting, in this case for Java it's 3 actually, because it depends on the, I mean that's the desk data we have. Remember that this job init, right, this will be part of our project. That is, you always want to use this for testing purposes. So you know that if I give Java, I should be expecting 3 results. Okay, so this is how we write the test anyway. So we set some predefined test data, and we keep predefined test data, and based on that we write our test. Okay, so that it will be always consistent, something like that. Okay, so in this case actually this is super simple, it looks good to me. And another thing is, let's do the post test. Okay, create new job test, something like that. Okay, post job test. So for that, let's create a job object. First job DTO dot create. So ID, of course, it will be null. Okay, so then we can say maybe Kubernetes engineer. Let's keep it like that. Okay, Kubernetes engineer. So and maybe Google. Okay, so and a set of skills, set of, so you can say like Kubernetes, something like that. Okay, so what's the salary? Like 200k, something like that, 200,000. Let's assume like this. And it's remote. Yep, true. So we have one DTO like this. So our DTO, let's create the DTO. So now this is the post endpoint, right? Okay, let's keep it as port and URI. So okay, URI going to be like this. Okay, we will not need this, I guess. Okay, and body value. Okay, so body, so this is the request body, you would be passing this. So here you'll give the DTO here. Okay, so what else? So the exchange, then you call this, the response will be 200 successful, expect body. Here here even though the ID is null, in the response the ID would have been set. Okay, so here we are expecting that is not empty. Okay, so and you can also keep writing whatever you like. For example, dollar dot description. Okay, that is our response, right? It's part of the job description is equal to whatever we are giving here, that is what it will come back. So you can, if we are getting this back in the response, then basically it means everything is good. ID should not be empty and description should be Kubernetes engineer. Okay, so that is what we are saying. Actually this looks good to me. Okay, so yes, let's run this test. Test has started. Wow, this is good, right? So for I was running the integration test manually, right? So how will you run the test in our CI/CD build server? Okay, so that is what this lecture is about. So go to the terminal. So now if I do maven clean test, right, actually this will not work. That's what I wanted to show. Okay, if you see, basically no test will run even though it's there, because as I said, only unit test will run as part of maven clean test. Now since we have added the fail safe plugin, so now we can say this. Okay, so maven clean verify. Okay, so as part of this phase we will be running unit test plus integration test. Okay, so both we will do. Okay, now if you see, the test has started. Actually this is fast, right? This is good. Our integration test seems to be working just fine. Okay, so we were in need of just one application, which is MongoDB in this case, and we were able to easily create a container using test container, and our test was fine. What if you were in need of multiple applications? Maybe you need MongoDB, you need Postgres and one Redis. So how will you create multiple containers and how will you manage them? And what if all these applications you depend on, they all need to talk to each other? Okay, so it's kind of creating complexity now, right? So how test container can help us here? So what we can do is we can create a network and we can create a containers and we can place them in the same network so that they all can talk to each other. We know this. So we can do this via test container as well. However, instead of creating network, all those things, right? What I am really thinking is that we will be creating Docker Compose file as part of our local testing to simplify our job, to speed up our productivity. Okay. So we can use the same file actually. Okay, so if you have multiple services, list everything here, and you can use it for your local testing, and you can use the same file because this file is going to be part of the project, right? So even for integration testing, we can use the same file. Okay, so that is how I am thinking. Okay, so now let's explore that option. The test containers can also read the Docker Compose YAML file, and they can create they create containers. Okay, they can bring these services up for you to run your test if you need. Okay, so for that, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a separate package called Compose. In the Compose package, I'm going to copy paste this same test so that we can save some time actually. Okay, so since we have done the volume mapping in the Compose file directly, we don't need this, so we can get rid of this, and we need these two information anyway, so let's keep it. Okay, so we will be making some changes here, so let me get rid of all these things first. Okay, so we do not call this generic container, instead it's called Docker Compose container. Okay, let's keep it like that, and of course this will also be Docker Compose container. Let me remove this guy, and okay, so this guy seems to be happy, but it expects a file list of Compose files. In our case, it's for me just a one single file in our case. Okay, Docker Compose YAML, it's in our project root directory. Okay, so can directly give like this. Guys, please do note that you don't have to do exactly how I do. That is, here I'm trying to make use of the same file for our both local testing and our integration testing. However, you can always create another a copy of this file and keep it under resources, slightly modify just for integration testing, and you can have one for your local testing. Okay, you can also do that way, but I'm trying to reuse the same thing. Okay, so that we could make some changes, modify certain things, so you will get some idea. Okay, having a separate file, it's always a good option anyway. So, and another thing is the container, this annotation will not work for Docker Compose container. Okay, so you have to use class rule, so that's what the documentation says, so let's go with that. Okay, so everything looks good to me. However, if you remember, if you do port mapping, there will be a problem, right? When in the CI/CD build server, that is what we were saying, right? So now if you are trying to use the same file, will we not face the same problem because we are doing the port mapping here, right? Actually, yes, we will be facing the same problem. So if you try to reuse the file, so will we have this problem. So however, the problem can be resolved by passing an variable value at runtime. That is, if you remember, we had already discussed this. Compose file can use environment variables. So you can say Mongo port, something like this. Since we already use a Mongo port, right? Okay, let's call this host port. Okay, host port, let's call this, okay, 27017. That is, there will be an environment variable called host port. Somebody will be passing that. If they pass that, use it. If there is no value passed in this variable, there is nothing passed like this, then use 27017. Okay, this colon minus it, which indicates that it's a default value. Okay, so something like this. So then in this case, we will be using this. Since we do this way, right, in my local testing, whenever I use Docker Compose app, this will not be set in my local environment variables, so I will be always mapping with the host 27017. Okay, so this will always work. But during our integration test, we will be passing something here. Okay, we will be passing a 0. Okay, so when we say 0, so then that's what it will be taken. 0 basically means that it's a random port. Because of that, it will assign some random port for us. Okay, so that is the idea. So now let's go back to the base test. So here, okay, now let's come back here. So now, okay, I would like to change the name to Compose. Okay, okay, so here everything looks good. Now we can, in order to build this, we need to know the port we have mapped and the host information. Okay, so let's do that. We can do start, but before start we have to pass certain things. Okay, start is the last step. Okay, so with environment, okay, the environment is host port. If you remember, that is what we had said. The host port, we would like to pass this as 0. Okay, remember, right? Because we want random port. Then what else we want? We would like to tell test container saying that, hey, this service I'm exposing. So we got to give the service name. The service name is Mongo. That is the name we had given the Docker Compose file. And what is the port you are planning to, which port you want me to map? That's what it says. So give the port, which is Mongo port. Okay, so you are saying like this. So then at this point, basically you can start. You can also say that just wait for that service port to be available, something like this. Okay, so with service name and the corresponding wait strategy, wait for listening port. Since Docker Compose file might contain multiple services, it will ask, you have to pass which service you are talking about. Okay, you have to explicitly tell this test container. Because of that, this Mongo might look like it keeps repeating again and again. So yeah, that's kind of one annoying thing, but there is a reason behind it. Okay, so I'm going to create a separate variable for this. Let's use it like this so that we can simply say Mongo here and Mongo here. Okay, I would like to make one small correction here. So if you see, there is another overloading option that you can also pass the wait strategy directly along with the service name. So what I'm planning to do is I'm going to move this wait for listening port here so that we can get rid of this actually. Okay, so yeah, now this looks good. Now let's get the host and the port information replaced. So for that, I'm going to say var host is equals compose.get service host. So the service host expects service name and the service port. Okay, I'll show you one super weird thing actually. That is, first I was kind of a little bit confused that why I have to pass the port information to get the host information. For me, I felt like it didn't make any sense to me. Okay, so I was just trying to look at the code. If you see, we are passing this parameter, and these guys, they are not even using the parameters actually. Okay, so that's kind of weird, but hopefully maybe they are planning to do something in the future. Okay, so just to pass it, even though they are not using it. Even if you pass null, it should still work, but we do not know what will happen in the new version. So let's pass it. And port is equals compose get service port Mongo and Mongo port. So here it makes sense is mainly because this service might expose multiple ports. Okay, so for each and every port we can do corresponding host port mapping. So hey, if you are asking for a port, for which port for which container port you are asking for the host port, so we are passing that information, so it makes sense. Okay, here. Okay, so that's it. Now let's pass the host information and the port information. So now we are building the connection string. So that's it, everything looks good to me. Once this is done, let's go to our test job service IT here. The generic base test, that's what we were extending. Right now let's change that to compose. Okay, so that's it. Now at this point, without changing anything, okay, our test should work because we are just changing the approach, the way in which we are creating the container. That's it. So let's run. Wow, this is great, right? So a couple of information, let's share that now as we had mentioned earlier, just by doing this, so we also support the local development. If I want, let's clear this screen, I can simply say docker compose up. Okay, so now you can see that I will not be facing any port conflict. Now if I go to if I open another terminal, if I say docker compose ps, I can see that it's still mapping to 27017 because the host port it's not set here. Okay, so because of that it will use this as a default port. Because of that, now I can do my local development. Okay, because currently MongoDB is running in my local and it's available in 27017, so I can also support local development, so which is good, right? So now if you notice the other thing, the job service is not up, only the MongoDB is up. Why? Because we use profiles. Okay, by using profiles we can bring a specific service, so now we bring only the MongoDB in this case. Okay, so if you have a super complicated Docker Compose YAML file for a reason, you can always have your own separate YAML file just for testing purposes actually. Okay, so it's because sometimes I feel like I'm kind of polluting this Docker Compose YAML file with this too many variables and this stuff like this. So but I thought of demonstrating this. However, I would kind of like this kind of approach, having one dedicated container just for the test, and if you want you can always have separate YAML file just for the integration test. Okay, so yeah. Hey guys, let's have a super quick summary of what we did in this section. We were mainly focusing on integration testing for our job service. We were using a library called a test container to create Docker container for our integration testing. Okay, particularly it will be very useful for databases, message queues, or another service to spin up another service. If your service depends on another service, in this case you can use the Docker image for the another service to run the integration testing. Okay, something like that. So there are a couple of ways we can create containers. If you have like just one service dependency, probably you can go with the generic container, but if you have multiple service dependencies, then for integration testing you can use a Docker Compose container for the testing. Okay, so do not forget these annotations, so to manage the life cycle of your test the containers. Okay, so it will be automatically created and it will be destroyed for you, so you don't have to do anything special. Also, just be very careful when you do the port mapping, because as you know, everything will be working just fine in your local machine, but the problem might come in the CI/CD build server. Okay, so that is where I want you to be extra careful. Okay, nothing else. So yeah, that's it guys, and I'll see you guys soon in the next section. Hey guys, now this is assignment time. I want you to focus on this area as part of this section. Okay, we have developed this service. Now I want you to develop this service. The whole service is going to be called candidate service. As we have job service, now this is the candidate service, and we would be exposing these three endpoints: candidate all, which will be returning all the candidates, and when we say candidate ID, we will be getting only that particular candidate. Then we should be able to create a new candidate. So we will be exposing three endpoints. Again, we will be using the same MongoDB as our database here, database server. As we had called a job for our job service, right? For the application database, here we will be calling this as like a candidate, the database. And the username will be candidate underscore user, and the password will be candidate underscore password, the database username and password. And the entity class will look like this: ID and the candidate name and the candidate skills. Super simple stuff, nothing much. So using this information, you can get, or you can figure out most of the things to create this service. I want you to develop the candidate service, expose all these endpoints, create Dockerfile, create Docker Compose file, and create integration test, ensure that everything is working fine. So I want you to do everything whatever we had done as part of the job service. Okay, so it's a good exercise, so please do that. Okay, Now I would like to mention one important thing before you jump in and start doing all these things actually. Okay, so one important information which I would like to share is, for the job we had search endpoint, right? But here for the candidate we are querying by ID. Okay, so there could be some kind of confusion when we create the initialization script or the integration test. Okay, so this is why I wanted to mention this. So when you create the init script for the database setup, right? So normally in the job service we ignore the ID. If you ignore the ID, MongoDB will assign some random alphanumeric ID. Okay, but in our case we can also force the record or document to have a specific ID. So in this case, if I say underscore ID, so if I say 1, then that record can be accessible by using this ID 1. Okay, so we can also do this way. So yeah, this is what I wanted to share, so that you will have some idea how to do that actually. Okay, so this is the assignment I want you to do, so please go ahead and do. Okay, now the next few lectures are going to be completely optional, because I'm going to do the assignment myself. So if you have any questions or if you're ever stuck this kind of stuff, you can always go and watch the lecture to get that clarified. Okay, but if you are able to do everything yourself, that's great, that's a good job. However, I want you to watch a couple of lectures, so check the title. If it's optional, ignore it. If it's not optional, then you have to watch that lecture, because there could be some information there. Okay, that is why. Okay, then there will be a assignment solution review lecture. I want you to watch that lecture, because in that lecture I'm going to explain in a super quick that, hey, this is what I have done, and so that you and me, we can compare what we have done. Okay, so make some adjustments here and there if it's if required. Okay, so that is the idea. Okay guys, that's it. Good luck. Hey guys, now let's set up the project. Go to start.spring.io, select the appropriate options. For the group, it's going to be com.winsguru in my case. Give appropriate group name, and the artifact, it's going to be candidate service. That's what we discussed. Okay, candidate, sorry about that. Okay, so jar version. Okay, and the dependencies, it's going to be webflex and the MongoDB reactive Mongo Lombok and the test containers. Okay, before I click on generate, I would like to explore so that I can show you something. Okay, everything looks good here. If you scroll down, last time this is the dependency we had added for test container. Now if you see, we can see the Spring also adds this module, test container MongoDB module. Okay, so just because you have the MongoDB dependency here, Spring automatically assumes and adds this module as well. Now some of you might be like, hey, this is cool, then we could have used this dependency last time, right, as part of the job service. Yes, you might be having this question. So if you go to the test containers, right, so they have multiple modules actually. So if you look for MongoDB, so okay, so what they say is that it's still, even though it's kind of ready, so they might introduce some breaking changes as part of the MongoDB module. So this is one of the reason I did not want to use. Also, the another thing is, so they have set of modules for databases like Postgres, MySQL, InfluxDB, Mongo, everything. Okay, so this is good, but it's like it's not like we will be always using these as our dependency. Okay, so there will be always cases your application might depend on something which is not part of this module, right? In that case, you have to use generic container or Docker Compose container, this kind of the dependency. That's how you have to go with for your integration testing from test container. Okay, when you use test container. So that is why I wanted to use those instead of these modules. Okay, but you can explore this on your own. Okay, but however, most of the things which you like to do, you should be able to do as part of the generic container or Docker Compose container. Okay, so that is why we are going with that option actually. So I'm going to generate this project, but I would be removing this this dependency. Okay, I imported the project into my IntelliJ IDE. So if you scroll down, I have commented this. Okay, either you can remove this or comment this, whatever you want to do. Okay, so that's it. Now let's start creating set of packages for our application first. Okay, so these are the set of packages I would kind of want to have in my application controller. DTO, entity, repository. Okay, then we will have the service and the util package. Okay, let's start with creating the entity class. So go to entity package. Let's create a class for candidate. Let's not forget the Lombok data annotation and the document annotation. Of course, the candidate will be having a ID field. So let's add the ID field and add the ID annotation. Then candidate will be having a name, and the candidate will be having set of skills. We can also add years of experience, this kind of stuff, but I'm going to keep this simple. So yeah, this is good for now. Then repository, let's go to repository package, create that candidate repository. It's an interface. Okay, so okay, let's include that annotation. And as you know already, it should extend reactive CRUD repository candidate, and the primary key type is string. Okay, then let's work on the DTO. I'm going to create the candidate DTO. So let's not forget that data annotation and all args constructor, no arg constructor, and the static name is going to be create. Okay, so for the fields, I'm just going to copy this guy and paste it here. Okay, since we would be using the same stuff here anyway. Okay, then let's work on the util. Entity DTO util. Just for the back and forth, the conversion. Okay, so public static here, let's say candidate DTO, so to DTO from entity. Okay, that is what it's about. You can call this candidate or entity, whatever you like. So here since we are going to return DTO, let's create the candidate DTO new candidate DTO. Okay, so bean util copy properties, the source is candidate, the target object is DTO, return DTO. Okay, now let's copy this guy, now paste it here. The concept is same, but in this case we'll be returning candidate. The method name will be to entity. Okay, and we will be receiving DTO. Okay, so let's change this to DTO actually. Okay, so now we will be creating entity object candidate. Now bean utils copy properties from DTO to entity, return entity. Okay, same usual stuff. Okay guys, now let's work on the service class. Let's create the candidate service, and let's add the service annotation. We need this the repository dependency. Let's add that candidate repository. Okay, so the first, let's fetch all the candidates. So for that, it's going to be public flux of candidate DTO. Okay, all, let's keep it like that. So return this dot repository find all and map. So we will be getting entity object. We will be converting that to a DTO by using the entity DTO util, whatever we got created. I'm going to use the method reference to DTO like this. So that's it. We are good. Okay, super simple. Now let's create the other method just to fetch one specific candidate when we are given the ID. So in this case, we will be giving returning only one candidate. So it's going to be a mono of candidate DTO. Okay, get by ID, something like that. Okay, let's keep it like this. So I will be receiving the ID. Return this dot repository dot find by ID, pass the string. Oops. Okay, now if you see, we will be getting a mono of candidate object. Now as usual, you have to map that to DTO, actually DTO util to DTO. Okay, so that's it. We are good. Then creating new candidate. So we have already done the same concept. So we will be receiving DTO and we will be returning DTO. Okay, so mono of candidate DTO, save. Here we will be receiving a same mono of candidate DTO. Let's call this mono. Okay, so now return mono dot map. So here we will be converting to entity first, entity DTO util to entity. Okay, then we will be saving this repository save. Okay, but the save will return another mono. So we will have a mono within a mono. So because of that, use flat map to flatten that. Then again, now whatever this will return a entity object. We do not want to return entity directly, so again let's convert that back to DTO. So at this point we are good. Okay, super simple, right? Hey guys, now in this lecture let's work on the controller. So go to controller package, create candidate controller. REST controller and request mapping candidate. Let's keep it like that. So auto wire private candidate service. So first the get mapping, we are going to have the all. Okay, that endpoint public. So here we would be returning a flux of candidate DTO, right? So we'll say all candidates, keep it like that. Return this dot service all. Okay, good stuff. Then okay, let's write this. Then get mapping one specific candidate actually. So for that we will be having like this. We will be given an ID. So that is the assumption. So public mono of candidate DTO get by ID. Let's keep it like that. So a path variable, so string ID. Okay, so return this dot service get by ID, pass the ID. Okay, and the last stuff is saving the candidate post mapping. So here we are going to say public mono of candidate DTO. This is what we are going to return, and this is what we are going to receive as well. So request body, so it's going to be mono of candidate DTO mono. So this return this dot service dot save, just pass the mono cities. Okay, so super simple guys, that's it. Hey guys, now at this point our application seems to be good. Okay, so now let's work on the initializing the database. Okay, so whenever we start the application, we are going to use MongoDB, and we would like to have some set of test data already so that we can test our endpoints, okay, easily. So that is the idea. We've already done this before. So source test resources, so let's create a directory. Okay, create source test resources. Under that, as usual, I'm going to create a data directory. Okay, so now under this I'm going to under this I'm going to create a candidate init JS, something like that. Okay, so we already done this, so you know this the process. The first we'll be creating database, then we would be creating a user for the database, then we will be creating collection, then create some documents. Okay, so same usual stuff. So db is equals db dot get sibling db sibling, okay, db actually, yeah. So let's call this candidate. Okay, once you have the database, then we can have we can create the user, db dot create user, okay, like this. So user is equals, so I'm going to call this candidate user. Okay, then pwd for the password, I'm going to call this candidate password, something like that. Then list of roles, if you remember. Okay, so the role is same stuff, read, write. This is what we are planning, right? And the database is going to be this database, the candidate database. So let me check once for the spelling and this kind of stuff. Looks good to me. Okay, if doesn't work, we will be getting any exception anyway, so that time we can figure it out. Okay, so now let's create the collection. Create collection, and I'm going to call this same candidate. Yeah, now let's insert some documents. Okay, so db dot candidate dot insert many. Insert many is a list, right? Yep. So here let's keep it like that. So I'm going to give a specific ID actually. Okay, if you want a specific ID, right, so we can have specific ID as well. Why last time we did not use ID, why we are using this time is mainly because we have one endpoint saying that get candidate details by ID. Okay, so if you have the predefined ID, so it will be easy for you to query. So now we can safely assume that there will be always set of records with the ID 1, 2, 3, something like that. Okay, so if you want to, otherwise MongoDB will give some random ID, but if you want to give your own ID, you can also give like this. Okay, that is the idea. So name is going to be, I'm going to call this Sam, call him Sam. Okay, and list of skills, so will be like of course Java, okay, Spring. So yeah, looks good to me. So then let's paste it a couple of times, create at least 3 candidates so that it will look like we have some data. Okay, so Jake Docker, okay, that is what he knows, and yeah, so nothing else. So then 3, I'm going to call him Mike, and let's say Zira, maybe he will be like our Scrum Master, something like that. Okay, yeah, looks good to me, guys. Except this, so let's change this guy to 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, Sam, Jake, Mike. Okay, now it looks good. In this quick lecture, let's add the Spring Data Mongo URI under the application properties. Okay, so let's go here. It's going to be Spring Data Mongo db.uri. Okay, so Mongo db / candidate _ user candidate _ password, username : password. Okay, then server IP address or something like this, port 27017 / database. Okay, just checking once everything looks good. Yep, that's it. In this lecture, let's create the Docker file. So under project root, I'm going to create a file called Dockerfile. So from, it's going to be Liberica, yeah, this one. Okay, Bellsoft, Liberica, OpenJDK, Alpine. Okay, so but the version is going to be 17.0.3. okay, so this is fine. Yeah, this is nice. Then work directory, it's going to be user share app, something like that. This is what we had given, so I'm going to use the same stuff. And copy, I would like to copy the target star.jar app.jar. okay, then command is going to be java -jar app.jar. okay, that's it. Now let's create the Docker Compose file. Again, go to the project root directory, create the Docker Compose file, Docker Compose YAML. So version 3.0, services, the first one is Mongo, image is going to be Mongo, and the ports you would want to map, okay, 27017 for your local development. Since we will also be running the integration test, so we have already done this, so let's do this. Host port : 27017 something like that. Okay, and volumes, so for the volumes, it is in the current source test resources. Okay, so data directory. Okay, so we want to map the whole directory with the container directory, which is Docker entry point minus init db.d. okay. So by the way, you can also give this as a string, okay, so the mapping actually, okay. So source, okay, I think this is not correct, we have to give like this, okay, yeah, current directory, then yeah, source test resources data colon docker entry point init dbd. Okay, so it looks good. So now let's create the candidate service as well. Okay, so here the image is going to be candidate service. Okay, so ports actually, okay, before that depends on it's Mongo service actually. Okay, then ports, yeah, probably 80. Yep. Then we also add profiles because you wouldn't want this every time, only for when you want to run everything, like based on the profile. Let's start this service. Okay, that is what I'm trying to say. It's like a simple stuff. Then environment, okay, we have already done this. So we would like to pass the spring data mongo db.uri. so we would like to pass this as a runtime, like a different, okay, based on this we like to pass this mongo db / candidate user colon candidate password. Probably I would have used a short username and password, but that's fine. Okay, Mongo, the server is Mongo, that's why I'm choosing this, and 27017, that is what we are exposing anyway. I mean, this is not the exposed reports, this is the container exposed, that is 27017. Okay, so and the candidate is the database. So everything looks good to me here. I think at this point everything is good. So we can also, as you know, we can directly build the image by you adding this build actually. Okay, so the current directory is where the Dockerfile is present, so we can use this to build the image. So yep, everything looks good. Hey guys, now before we start writing the integration test, etc., I would like to add this one quick note that now if you, I'm in the project terminal actually. Now let's imagine that I would like to package it. Okay, Maven clean package. Actually, I would like to show one important things. Because of that, I'm trying to keep it quiet, the Maven quiet. That's what I'm adding this. So do not show all this build, all those things. Okay, that's what I'm trying to show. Okay, if I click run, so it's building the package, everything. Okay, now if you see, okay, so it's whenever you do Maven clean package, right? So as part of the package phase, it will be trying to run the unit test cases. Okay, that is the default behavior of the Maven actually. Right, so if you see, when you create a Spring project, this is how normally Spring create the projects. It add the Spring boot annotation, and it will have one template class like this. Now what it will do is that it will try to connect to the Mongo database automatically, because it will be trying to create all the beans as part of the test. When it will try to create all the beans. The candidate repository bean depends on the Mongo database. Because of that, it's trying to connect to the Mongo database as well actually. Right, so sometimes you might not like this behavior actually. Okay, because ideally you would want to connect to all the external application as part of the integration test, not part of the unit test actually. So either we can use our test container as part of the unit test itself if you like, or if you do not like this, the another way to how to avoid this exception is by adding the enable auto configuration but exclude. Okay, you can exclude certain things, like for example in this case I am going to exclude Mongo reactive auto configuration class, something like this, so that we can we are excluding this. And also we are also going to mock bean that mock bean candidate repository class. Okay, so mock this bean as part of my unit test. That's what we are seeing here. So now if you run the same command, it will start everything, but it will not, it will exclude this, it will create a bean, mock bean for this. Because of that, it will not try to connect to the Mongo database. Okay, but if you see, if you go to the target directory, it would have created the jar, etc. Okay, so this is if you want to avoid this kind of exceptions, if you do not want to see those exceptions during the unit test cases, you can do it this way. Okay. Okay guys, now I'm still in my project directory in the terminal. Okay, so ensure that you have the candidate service jar is created. You have already run the maven clean package, etc. Now I'm going to run the docker compose, use the profile, because I would like to start our application. Let's quickly test it via console before we start writing our integration test. Okay, so profile app up. Okay, I would like to bring everything, including the, using this profile, I would like to bring all the services up. So in this case, Mongo will also be up, our Java candidate service will also be up. Remember that at this point we have only built the jar file, but we do not have our candidate service Docker image, so we have to build that as well. Okay, so minus build. So if you hit enter, so this will build the Docker image first, then it will bring all the services up. Okay, at this point, if you go to docker compose ps, I'm seeing both services up and running. This is cool. Okay, so let me clear this screen. I can say curl localhost 8080 candidate all. Wow, I'm seeing all those 3 candidates, which is good. So what about 1? Yeah, it works. So what about 3? Yep, Mike, he appears. What about 2? Okay, so everything seems to be working fine at a high level. Now let's, at this point, we can start writing our integration test. We can also test all the endpoints, including the save candidate, including that as well. We can cover it as part of our integration test. Okay, so okay, then now let's go here. Let's kill this. So whenever you bring this, okay, whenever you want to bring down, right, do not say docker compose down, because we have added this profile. So including that profile, say down, so that it will bring everything down. Okay, so remember that. Hey guys, now in this lecture we are going to start writing our integration test. Okay, so go to source test Java. Under this you can have a separate package if you want to split that unit test and integration test separately. Okay, so you can also do this, but I'm going to keep this simple. Okay, so now I'm going to have the base test first. The base test is going to be an abstract class, assuming I will be having multiple classes and every class will be extending this, something like that. Okay, so I'm going to add the test containers annotation. Okay, we will be needing this. So, and the private static final, first the Mongo port. Okay, so whatever we had done earlier, so let's do this. Final string. Okay, so, and if you remember, we can also, I'm going to use the compose container. Okay, so I find that easy, so let's use the compose container. Okay, and the private static final string, the Mongo URI. Okay, oops. Yeah, okay, so MongoDB slash, in our case we know this, it's candidate user colon candidate password at, so server details colon port details slash candidate. Okay, so yep, okay, you know what, yep, okay, so now this is good. Check that once, candidate user candidate password at port server. Okay, everything looks good. Now at class rule, okay, so private static final docker compose container. Okay, so now here it's going to be compose. Okay, So new Docker compose container. Let me remove this guy. Okay. New file, and it's going to be Docker compose YAML. Okay. Then dynamic property source, if you remember, it's going to be static void. We are going to set Mongo properties. Okay, so dynamic registry, okay, property registry. So now we are going to add the registry, add that here, so you know that. So before that we have to say compose start. Okay. So actually I'm going to lowercase this. Usually guys, if it, even though it's private static final, if it's a more of a constant, I would be kind of keeping that uppercase. If it's an object which is going to be mutated, right? So I'm going to keep that as a lowercase. Okay. So that is because we create this object, now you are going to mutate it with a lot of other information anyway, so it's not really a constant. Okay, so that's why. Okay, so with environment, so host port 0. So because I think our Docker compose file, that's how we created, I guess we have the host port anyway. Yep. So yeah, host port is 0. Then what else? With exposed service, so Mongo is our service name, and the Mongo port, we also have to pass the port. Then we have to pass the wait strategy, if you remember, wait for listening port, then start. That's it. Super simple, right? Okay, so then get the host information. So compose.get service host, you know this, so it doesn't make any sense, they are not using this, but still we are going to pass it anyway. So mongo port var port is equals compose get service port. Now here we have to pass the service name and service port where it makes sense to pass these details. Okay, so that's it. Yep. Now I'm going to say spring data mongodb.uri. Then I'm going to say string.format. Now take the Mongo URI and replace the host port details. Then that's it. Spring data mongodb URI. Yep, it looks good to me. Okay guys, now in this lecture let's start writing the integration test. We can use this class. Okay, so I'm going to remove all these things. You got the idea actually. So let's rename this to IT, and it should extend the base test. So then let's auto wire private web test client. If you want this, you also have to explicitly ask for auto configure web test client. We had said that, so let's do that. The first I'm going to say all candidates test. Okay, I'm going to say like this dot client dot get URI is going to be /candidate/all, then exchange, then expect status is 200 successful. Okay, then expect body, so it's going to be a list items, right? Okay, it's a list. So I'm going to say JSON path. I'm going to say dollar is not empty. Okay, so it should not be empty, or you can also say is array actually. Okay, so it's not empty. Okay, so this is what I'm going to say. Then test void. Now I would like to do the get candidate by ID test. Okay, so this dot client get, okay, URI. So it's this time it's going to be candidate slash 1. Okay, let's keep it like that. Then exchange, expect status is 200 successful, expect body, JSON path, I'm going to say dollar dot whatever the response, I should be getting that specific candidate, so he should be having the ID, right? So it should be equal to 1. Then JSON path dollar dot name is equal to Sam. Okay, remember we are using the predefined data, so based on that we write the test, so it should be always Sam. If you ever have to modify this, you have to also update the test. Okay, that's how it works, so let's not forget that. Actually, if it works, yeah, then basically it means that the endpoint works. Okay, we can safely assume so. Okay, then let's do the post. Let's create a method for that. Test void post candidate test. Okay, so first we have to create a DTO. So var DTO is equals candidate DTO dot create. Okay, so the ID has to be, oh sorry, not car DTO, it's DTO, sorry about that. Okay, so the ID will be null, then name, set of skills. Okay, super. So name is going to be Dr. Dre. I'm going to keep it like this. Okay, and a set of skills, I'm going to say set of, so he is a Kubernetes engineer, let's assume so. Okay, and that's his skill. Okay, so this dot client dot post URI slash candidate. Okay, so then body value DTO, exchange, expect status is 200 successful, expect body, JSON path dollar ID. We will not know what ID is going to be because it's going to be completely random, so it's not empty. Okay, this assertion is enough. Okay, so it's not empty, and his name should be whatever we had given just now. Okay, which is Dr. Dre. Okay, so yeah, so that's it. So everything looks good. Hey guys, now in this lecture I'm going to quickly explain what I have done so far. So if you have skipped most of the optional lectures, then probably this could be the lecture you would want to watch. Okay, so this is the POM file. I went to this start.spring.io, just added all the required dependencies and I created the POM file. So this is the one, and if you have created and if you had added webflex and reactive mongo and test containers, everything together, so by default the start.spring.io, the spring initializer, will add this dependency as well. However, we did not have this for job service, so I removed this. Okay, I kind of explained why I commenting this out, so please you might want to go and check that quickly once. Okay, but we don't need this. So then I had created the entity class, I had shared this information, same stuff. So from there you could figure out almost everything. This is candidate, this is entity, this is repository, and the DTO will look exactly the same. I used Lombok, but it's optional. You could have directly used getter setters. That will also be fine actually. Then the entity DTO util for DTO to entity conversion, back and forth, this kind of stuff. Then the service class to get all candidates, query by ID, and to save new candidate. Then corresponding the mapping in the controller, all candidates, ID, and post mapping. Okay, this is what I had done. Then application properties. So I updated this based on this, the detail. We have already done this, you know this. Okay. Then Dockerfile. Dockerfile could be a direct copy paste. Whatever we had done from the job service, we can simply use it. Okay. No change here. And the Docker compose file is as well. It's almost, this section is exact copy paste. Okay. Then the candidate service. So I added this based on the job service details. If you see, same pattern, no change. Okay. So then I created the base test. The base test, I used a Docker compose container. I didn't use the generic container, but if you had created by using both generic container and the compose container, that's great actually. Okay. So remember this, the whole idea of doing this is just to exercise. Okay. That's it, to give us good idea. We should be facing issues, then we'll fix issues, only then we can learn. Okay. So that is the idea actually. So this is what we have done. Everything is same, and the candidate service IT, the integration test, so which extends the base test. So if you see the all candidate test and the get candidate by ID test and the post candidate test. Okay, so this is what I have done. Okay guys, now it's time for us to run our integration test. So right click and run the test. As you will know, it will take some time, so let's be patient. Okay, great. So all the test passed. That is good. Sometimes I will doubt my test. That is, whether it's really passing or my assertion is wrong. Okay, something like that. So I will have this kind of doubt sometimes. Let's confirm that. Let's change the name to Sam's, something like this, and let's change here. It's empty. That is, when you say all, you are getting empty you are expecting empty response. That is what we are saying here. Ideally, in this case, the test should fail. So let's right click, run this. Since it takes time, right? This is why we run the integration test as a separate phase. Okay, so unit test will be super fast. Shouldn't be taking this much time. So now if you see, this passes, which is good. We didn't touch it. And if you go to the get candidate by ID test, the actual value is Sam, but we expected Sam's. Okay, so it should fail ideally like this, so which is good. So it fails. Similarly for the all candidates, so we expected empty value, but hey, I found these. That's what it says, so which is good. So in our case, our assertion was right actually. So let's put the original value back. Okay, so this is nice. Also, I kind of just noticed that in the POM XML, I did not add the fail safe plugin. So if you want to do the if you want to run this as part of your the command line, which you might want to do when you do the CI/CD build server, so let's not forget to add this Apache Maven plugins. Here it should be fail safe, and the version which currently I use is this. But if you find a stable version, a newer version, yeah, use that as well. Okay. Hey guys, in this section we are going to talk about mock server. Let me explain the problem first. Let's consider an organization which is planning to develop and launch this application very soon. This organization has two teams. One is team A, which is developing the job service, and team B, which is developing the candidate service. You are part of this team B, candidate service team. Okay, so you guys are super smart. You have already developed the application, Dockerfile, Docker compose file, integration test, everything. Okay, but the team A is not as smart as you are. They are very slow. They are still working on it, and they are facing a lot of issues. Okay, something like that. The end date is nearing actually. Okay, the application has to be launched very soon. Now the product owner comes and he gives us some new requirements. Hey, we are agile, right? The requirement will always change. We have to be flexible. Okay, remember that. Okay, so the new requirement what he gives us is, whenever we ask for the specific candidate details, based on the skill set of that candidate, can you get the corresponding recommended jobs as well for the candidate? Hey, it will be a cool feature for our application to have. Our users will love it. That's what he says. Okay, so now our candidate service has to call job service to get the recommended job whenever we use the get candidate by ID endpoint, because that is when they ask for the recommended jobs for the candidate. So we have to call job service because we do not have the details, as you know. So the meeting between the two teams starts. You explain your problem and you ask them for the details, where the service is deployed, give me the URL, all these details, so that I can start integrating. That is what you tell these guys. But these guys have been deployed it anywhere. Hey, we are still working on it. We are facing a lot of issues. Our service is not going to be ready for the next 2 weeks or so, something like that. That is what they tell you. However, in the meeting, they give you some high level information saying that our URI will be more or less like this, and we will be giving you the list of jobs, something like that. Okay, so based on the discussion, you take some notes and this is your expectation. Okay, so basically this is what you have come up with. So if I call these guys with this endpoint, something like this, and they will be giving me this information. Okay, so something like that. This is what you have understood. Now, even though the team A is not going to be ready for next 1 week or so, you do not want to wait for them to be ready and deploy. You want to do some development in parallel and you don't want to waste time here. Okay, so now let's see how the mock server is going to help us. Hey guys, in this lecture I'm going to introduce mock server to you. If you had used Mockito in unit testing, mock server is kind of like that for integration testing. You can assume like that. It helps you to develop or expose a HTTP endpoint easily, a fake HTTP endpoint. That's what it is. Okay, so the way in which it works is that, by the way, if you want to know more about it, go to mock-server.com. Okay, mockserver.com. Okay, so I'm on in the home, so what is mock server? The first page. Okay, so how it works is that it maintains a configuration. It has a list of expectation. So what is expectation? Expectation is nothing but a simple rule saying that if you receive a request like this, give me the hard-coded corresponding response for this. That is what it is. So it has certain rules. So whenever it receives a request, it will check which rule is matching. Okay, if a rule or expectation is matches, then corresponding hard-coded response will be returned. That is what it is. Super simple stuff. Okay, however, we can do a lot of things with this. Guys, in this course or as part of this section, I'm going to do some basic stuff with the mock server, but if you have some advanced use case, I want you to go and read the documentation. Okay, now getting started. Go to getting started. Okay, before that, let's go to running mock server. Okay, running mock server. How to run a mock server? Mock server can be run directly via your Java code by adding this Java dependency, Maven dependency. Okay, the code level, you can run mock server, you can simulate a lot of stuff. However, this is a Docker course, so I would like to run as a Docker container. I also find this is super easy to do this, and this is much better than this approach. Okay, so this is why I am going with this. Okay, you would love this. Okay, so this is good. Okay, now let's go to getting started. So how to set the expectation, how to create the rules. So click on set expectations. So they have given you Java code example. However, as I said, we will not be doing that in this course. So keep scrolling down. So you will be seeing request properties matcher code examples. So these are like, it will look like a simple header, right? If you click on this, they all will expand like this. Okay, so just pay attention. So if you click on this now, if you see, they have given you tons and tons of examples here. Actually, each and everything will expand. Okay, so now match request by path. This is what I want you to see first. Again, how are you planning to do this? Are you going to do this by Java, JavaScript, REST API? Now we are going to create some configuration file, JSON file. So we will be going with this route, REST API. Okay, so that is the JSON configuration will be looking like this. This is expectation. Okay, so this is one expectation. That is, we are saying the mock server, we are telling mock server that, hey mock server, if you ever receive a request at this endpoint for this path, can you give me this as a response? That is what you are saying. This is what it is in a high level. Okay, so similarly, you can give n number of paths and the corresponding response body, and you can configure this way. And you can also simulate get, put, post, delete. Then you can also simulate 200 response code, 404, 500 response code, and you can also simulate like a slow response, faster response, all those things. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. Okay, so again, as I said, it's a huge documentation. I want you to explore this yourself. There are a lot of sections. You click on it and they will give you, for example, how to delay the response. Okay, something like this. Okay, so this is how you have to delay the response. They have given you lots and lots of examples. Okay, so let's get started with the mock server. Hey guys, in this lecture we are going to launch mock server as a Docker container using Docker compose file, and we are going to play with the mock server actually. Okay, so for that I have created an empty directory, so I want you to do the same. So now here I'm going to create a simple file, one new file here. Okay, new file, Docker compose YAML. Okay, so first we will be starting with the version, as you know, 3.0, and the services. Okay, you are going to give the list of services. First, a service name, I'm going to call this mock. Okay, and what is the image name? The image name is going to be mock server / mock server. Okay, and does it expose any ports? Yes, so it's 1080, so colon 1080. Okay, and at this point it will start, but we have to provide the configuration as well. So for that it uses one important environment variable actually. Okay, so the environment variable is mock server, everything caps. That is what the documentation says, so let's go with that actually. So mock server initialization. Okay, let me check the spelling. Okay, initialization. Okay, initialization is one single word, that's where. Okay, underscore JSON path. Okay, colon, now you have to say config dot init JSON, something like that. Okay, now basically what it says is that when the container starts, where should I go and read the expectations you are going to give me? That is what the mock server says. For that they are using this environment variable, and what we are saying is, hey, go and check this file and read the file. These are your expectations. You can give whatever you like here. Okay, it can be anything. The name of the file can be anything, doesn't really matter. I am saying that go and read from this location. Okay, so now we have to give the configuration in that location. For that I'm going to use volume mapping. Okay, so let's use volumes and let's map a path, a file location here. So for that I'm going to create one data directory here. Okay, so current directory / data directory. Under data directory I am going to have one file called 01 init JSON. What is 01 init JSON? That's mainly because we are going to create multiple JSON files just to play with the mock server. Because of that, I'm creating as a 01 init JSON, but it can be anything. It doesn't really matter. Okay. So this file is going to be mapped with the container path config/init JSON. Okay. So now you see the point. That is, I have one file here and I am mapping the file like this in the container. Now I am telling via environment variable with this, saying that, hey mock server, go and read the file. That's how you initialize yourself. That is what we are saying, so that it will read this file, whatever I'm going to create now. You're getting right? Okay. So hopefully this is clear. Let's create this file now, the directory and the file. So let's create the directory, data directory. Under data directory, I am going to create a file called 01-init JSON. Okay, something like that. Okay, so now this file is going to contain the list of expectations for the mock server. So it's a list. So let's put this guy. Okay, then we are going to give the expectation now. Okay, so the expectation will contain HTTP request. Okay, the HTTP request is a JSON object. Okay, how the HTTP request is going to be matched? So we are going to match based on the path. That is, if the path is some path. Okay, so it can be anything, guys. Just I'm simply saying this. Okay, if it's the path is some path. Okay, and the method is get. Okay, oops, I have to put it like this. Okay, the method is get, then HTTP response. This is the HTTP response. You have to give it to me, and you can use the status code. Sorry guys. Okay, status code 200. Okay, and the body can be like hello world. Okay, maybe we can say hello. Let's change to say hello, something like that. Let's keep it like this. Okay, if I'm sending a get request to this path, this will be giving, it will tell me hello world, something like that. This is what I'm saying here. Okay, remember that this method and the status code is both are optional. If you are not saying anything, by default is get, and if you are not saying anything, by default it's 200. Okay, so now let's have another expectation. I'm going to simply copy this and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now let's say some path here. Okay, let's keep it like that, and I'm going to remove this because it's optional, as I said, and I'm going to remove this as well because this is also optional. Now instead of saying body like this, now I'm going to send this as a JSON response, as a simple REST API endpoint. Okay, so we are going to say message and hello, how are you, something like that. Okay, so basically this will be returned to us. So because of that, it will look like a REST API REST response. Okay, JSON response. This is how it will be returning. Okay, so now let's save this and let's start this. Okay, please save the Docker Compose YAML file and the JSON file. Now go to terminal. So this is where I had created the Docker Compose YAML for the mock server, etc. Okay, so now, as you know, just to do Docker Compose up, if you hit enter, then this will probably pull the mock server images, etc., and it will initialize like this. Okay, so you will be seeing some log. Okay, so it's basically creating expectation. That's what it does. So looks like it's up and running. So go to another terminal to quickly check if you like. PS. Okay, looks like it's up and running. The port is mapped. Things are good. Okay, now we can simply send a simple request, localhost :1080, that is the port we are using, and say hello. Okay, we are getting hello world. Wow, this is cool. Okay, so now you can say some path. This is what we had said, right? Now we are getting that message, hello, how are you? Wow, this is nice. So based on the path, whatever we have, it's basically it will check, do I have this configuration or do I have this path configured in my expectations? Yes, it is there, so I have to send this response. That is how it sends. Okay, now what if I send some random thing, what it will do? Okay, now it might look like it doesn't seem to do anything, or it simply return a empty response body, but actually, right, to see that response, just go to the curl -v, so make it verbose. Actually what it will do is that it will return 404 not found. Okay, so remember that if it matches, then based on expectation, the response whatever you have configured, that will be returned with the corresponding status code, everything. But if you are sending something which is not part of the expectations, you will be always getting 404. That is the default behavior. Okay, let's create one more init, the JSON file, the configuration file, for us to learn this mock server better. Okay, so let's create another file, init JSON. I'm going to use the simple get in all the cases, but put, post, delete and all, right? I want you to do it yourself. Okay, so it's super easy. As I said, you have to simply modify this. That's it. Everything else remains same. So init JSON, I am creating this under data 02. Okay, so it's going to be a list. So, and I'm going to say, to save some time, I'm going to copy this guy and I'm going to paste it here. So it's not like it has to be always like this. For example, I want to match anything with which starts with the sum. In that case, right, you can use a regular expression like this. Okay, so anything which starts with the sum will be matched, and you will be getting this response. Okay, so you can see regex matched, something like this. You can keep it like this. Okay, so this will be the response in this case. Okay, and another thing is, let's say here you like to query and you like to pass some query here, all these things and all, it's a path, right? What if we are sending the query parameters? Okay, so in this case you can simply say like query, the expectation is q is equal to something like this. This is how we are planning to do. Okay, so how to do this? So let's say, let's call this query path, and there is something called query string parameters. Okay, query string parameters. Okay, so okay, it's an object. Okay, and what are all the things you can expect? For example, a is equal to 1 and b is equal to 2. If you think that, if you want this to be matched like this, so you can say like this. Okay, a should be 1, b should be 2, something like this. You can give all these details here. Okay, so I'm going to remove this guy. So here what I'm saying is that I'm going to send something like a queue. Okay, so if, let's say, if is docker. Okay, so now we are going to send one response saying that, did you try to search for Docker? That's what we are saying here. Okay, something like this. So this is one response. Okay, we can kind of create expectations like this. Okay, and one more thing, one quick thing, it will be, I'm going to simulate 500 error code. Okay, so here I'm going to say error 500. Let's keep it like that. Okay, I'm simulating like this. Here the response, the body does not really matter, as you know. The status code will be simply 500. Okay, so this is what we are going to simulate now. Okay, so save this file. Now let's go back to the terminal. Oh, not so fast. Go to Docker compose file first. Okay, let's change it to 2 init JSON. Okay, now we are going to point this file. Okay, not this file. So only this file we are pointing. Okay, so now we can go to our terminal. Okay, okay, looks like I have already killed the Docker compose. So do not forget to do the down first. Okay, remove everything. Okay, so Docker compose up. So it will start. It will take some time. Okay, so if you remember, okay, let me clear this screen. So if you say curl, okay, okay, localhost 1080 sum, now random path, okay, regex matched. Okay, you can type whatever you like. Okay, it will say, okay, everything is basically matched. Okay, so you'll be always getting this response, which is good. Okay, now we had exposed another endpoint. If you remember, query, if you say q is equals docker, say, oops, oh, actually it's mainly because my curl, I think I have to escape this guy. Okay, only then it will work. Okay, so did you try to search for Docker? This is cool. Okay, so now if I say doc, now I will be getting 404. Okay, so if I look for something else, I will be getting, actually I'm getting 404 here. Okay, so that's why, because it has to match exactly, remember. Okay, and another thing is error 500. Okay, so this is the one we wanted to simulate. For that, let's change to verbose mode so that we can see. If you see, I'm getting 500 error. Oops, sorry, yeah, 500 internal server here. Okay, so because that's how we have simulated. Hey guys, in the last couple of lectures we were playing with the mock server. Now let's come back to our candidate surveys. Let's start making the changes to call the job service actually. Okay, so first, under DTO, I'm going to create a job DTO to represent the response from the job service. So we already got the details, right? So let's, based on that, the details, whatever we know, let's create this class. So it's going to be private string ID, then private string description, then private string company, private set of string skills. Let's import this. Then private integer salary, then private boolean is framework. This is what we have, right? Okay, so now this is our job DTO. Let's also create another DTO. So this is for candidate details DTO. Okay, so candidate details DTO, something like that, or you can choose a different name actually. So extends candidate DTO. So by default, this is what we are going to respond. However, when we look for a specific candidate by ID, that time we will be returning this with recommended jobs. So that is the idea. So I'm creating a separate class for this. Okay. So this is going to contain a private list of job DTO. Okay. So that is the idea. That's a new requirement we have received. So let's call this recommended jobs. Okay, something like that. Okay, so let's add the data. Okay, so oh yeah, okay, we are using Lombok, right? So, okay, so we have to add this equals and hash code method as well, because we are extending the candidate DTO. So call super true. Okay, for the equals and hash code method for this class, so we are going to call the candidate DTO. That's what it says basically. Okay, let's go to the entity DTO util. So here let's create one more method. I'm going to copy this guy and I'm going to paste it here, and I'm going to call this to details DTO, something like that. Okay, so yes, and here we will be returning the candidate details DTO. Okay, again something like this. So this is going to be, okay, candidate details DTO, candidate details DTO. Okay, So everything looks same to me. Okay, so this is same exactly like this. Only thing is it's going to return candidate details DTO. So now you might ask, hey, what about the jobs? Okay, so no worries, we will come back to that later. Okay, so yeah, then everything looks good to me. Now let's start working on the creating client to call the job service. Okay, under candidate service, I'm going to create a separate package called client. So under client, I'm going to create one class called job client. So let's not forget the service annotation. It's going to be managed by Spring. Then I'm going to create private final web client, web client. Okay, and I'm going to create a constructor. Okay, public job client at value. Okay, the Spring annotation. So here what we are going to assume here is, I'm going to assume that somebody is going to give us the job service, the base URL actually. Okay, string base URL. So now based on that, we are going to build the client actually. So web client builder build. Okay, so here dot base URL. Okay, base URL. So we have built the web client actually. So now we should call the job service to get the list of recommended jobs for the skills we are providing. Okay, so for mono, I'm going to say list of job DTO. Okay, so this is what the service is going to return actually, this class. Okay, then get recommended jobs. Okay, here I'm going to pass the set of skills. Okay, let me import this. Okay, so now we can say return this dot client. Okay, this dot client is going to make a get request actually. Then what is the URI? The URI is already going to be provided as part of the base URL. Probably we can give up to job. Then if you know the URL, the format, if you remember, it will be like a job search skills. Then you provide the list of skills actually. Okay, this is the format. Okay, I assume that up to this point everything will be provided as part of the base URL, or you can also give up to search if you like. So it's up to us completely. Okay, it's all depends on how you like to design. So okay, so now I'm going to assume that up to this point we are going to give it as part of the service URL. Okay, so URI here I'm going to, there are multiple ways to do this. I'm going to use the URI okay, hold on, the function URI builder. Okay, so the last one, this is what I'm going to use it actually. So assuming I'm getting the URI builder function. Okay, so now what I have to do is u dot path. If you want to append path, for example, up to job is already part of the base URL. What else you want to do? I would like to add this as well, search. Okay, so you can simply say add search. Okay, or if you have already given search up to search, then you can ignore this path, you don't need it. Okay, something like that. Then what else we need? We like to add the query param. Okay, so what is the query param? The query param is skills actually. Okay, this is what we like to pass. Okay, so what is the value for the query param? Give the values. So the values is nothing but the set, this object. Take the values from this set. That's what we are saying. Okay, then it's a, if you see, it's a URI builder. That's what we got, and we have to return the URI. So it's a builder. So just call build to get the to return the URI. Okay, that's it. Super simple, right? So now you have to say retrieve. Okay, so this will make the call. Then body to flex, because we are going to expect a list of job DTOs as the response. So because of that I'm using flex. Okay, so job DTO dot class. Okay, now we can return as it is, but in our case we want that to convert to a list, flex to list. So in this case we have to use collect list, so it will become mono of list of DTO, job DTO. Okay, so if you see, that's it, super simple, right? Now let's make some changes in the service and the controller classes. Okay, so now let's go to candidate service. Now this class also depends on the job client actually. So job client, let's keep it like that. Now this is fine, but whenever we call this we have to add the recommended jobs. So that is the idea, right? So for that I'm going to have one method called private mono of candidate details DTO, something like that. Okay, so add recommended jobs. Okay, let's keep it like that. Okay, so here I'm going to receive candidate details DTO. So here this dot, okay, return this dot client, sorry, okay, this dot get recommended jobs DTO dot get skills. So this DTO I am going to receive in this method. Okay, for this in this method. So DTO gets, using the DTO skills, I am going to call the client to get the list of recommended jobs. Now this will give me the list of recommended jobs actually. Okay, so I am going to use using that details as part of the do on next method. I am going to I'm going to add it to the candidate details DTO. Actually this is what I'm doing, nothing else. DTO, we can simply, okay, I'm going to get a list, I'm going to add it to the set DTO dot recommended jobs. I'm going to add it to the list. Okay, I can also use method reference like this. Okay, then once this is done, then return DTO. Okay, so this is what I'm saying, nothing else, super simple. Okay, now here let's come back. Here this is the method, right? This is the method which looks for the specific candidate. Now we'll query by the ID, we are converting to DTO. Now I would like to convert to a to details DTO. Okay, because this is what we are going to return anyway. Then what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add recommended jobs. Okay, so I'm going to pass this object to this method. Okay, this add recommended jobs. Okay, now this guy returns a mono, so I'm going to change it to flat map. Okay, now this guy is super happy. So hopefully this is clear. Okay, we are getting a candidate details DTO, we are going to using that information, we are getting the list of recommended jobs, we put the recommended jobs into the DTO, then we return it. Okay, now let's go to the candidate controller. Now this is no longer correct. Okay, we need to change to have to change that to candidate details DTO. Okay, so that's it, super simple. Why this guy throws error? Okay, I think looks like I have not updated the return type. Okay, now this should be fine. Let's come back here. Yeah, we should be correct. That's the ID. Okay, so hopefully now things are correct. Once this is done, go to application properties to add the job service URL, that property. Okay, because our application expects this now, and we also do not know where the job service is going to run, but for the time being you can assume that it's going to be localhost 1080 job. Okay, something like that. Okay, we can always override this via environment variables, as you know. But here we are going to use mock server. That's why I am using 1080, etc. Also ensure that you are adding the slash, because in the job client, right, we are going to append search. Okay, so if you do not have this, then it will become like this. So ensure that you are adding the slash here so that search will be appended here, okay, as part of the job client. In the last couple of lectures, we have been making changes in the candidate service to call the job service. Okay, however, as you know, the job service is not ready, so we are going to use the mock server to simulate the job service. That is the idea. So now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to copy this guy. If you remember, we were playing with the mock server, so I'm going to copy the Docker compose part, okay, the service part. Just copy this. Now let's go to our candidate service project. Go to Docker compose YAML. Now I'm going to add it here. So now this is mainly because now this candidate service depends on two services. Okay, one is like Mongo service that we have added here. Now it also depends on job service. So now for that I'm adding this here. Okay, the name can be anything. So I'm going to call this job mock, something like that. Okay. So the image is mock server, that is correct. The port mapping is 1080, that is also looks good to me. This is also fine, but this is not the correct path. So I am going to create some job init.js, something like that, and I'm going to map that here. So let's work on the file to initialize the data when the mock server starts. Okay. So under source test resources data directory, I'm going to create a file called job init.js. Okay, something like that. Okay, so now this is going to be a list of expectations for the mock server. So let's do this. Okay, I'm sorry guys, it's not JS. Okay, it's a JSON file, right? Sorry about that. Oops. Okay, let me rename this. This is perfect. Okay, so now as you know, first it's going to contain HTTP request. Okay, so the HTTP request object, we are going to look for the path. Okay, the path has to be job search. Oops, job search. Okay, then the query string parameters, okay, that should be okay, if you remember it's skills. Okay, that's what we had said, skills. It's going to contain the list of parameters it could expect. Okay, so what we are saying is Java. If it says Java, okay, you can actually use this. So let's imagine that I am looking for this candidate details alone by passing the ID. So in this case, these are the skills. So these are the skills will be sent to our mock service. So our mock service receives Java and Spring, what it should respond. Okay, so this is how you create the expectations. Okay, hey, if it matches this, if you see this, then give me this response. That's what you're saying. Okay, so now let's provide the HTTP response. Okay, the status code should be should be 200. You don't have to say this, but still it's good to keep things explicit sometimes. Okay, and body, the body is going to be a list of recommended jobs, right? So so now it's going to be ID. Remember the ID, since we are mocking, it has to be a string. It can be literally anything, 1 2 3 or whatever you want to say. So mock ID 1, I can also say like this. Okay, then description, okay, mocked job description 1, something like that. Okay, whatever you want to call, you can call. Okay, company, you can say Amazon or mock, something like this. Okay, then skills, the skills is skill 1, skill 2. I'm keeping like this. You can also have some meaningful, you can keep it a little bit realistic as well. Okay, you don't have to exactly write like this, but What I'm trying to say is that it can be anything. That's what I'm trying to say. In the real life, if you pass Java or Spring, of course the skills should contain at least either Java or Spring, something like that. That's how it should be, right? Salary, and it can be, again, it can be anything, and is remote. These are the fields we could expect. Okay, it's false, something like that. Maybe you can just do one more thing if you like. Okay, at least you are receiving 2 jobs, something like that. It can be 2 can, okay, it could be 3 or 4. This could be true, this could be 5, can be anything. Okay, so you can use different combinations of data to come to ensure that your service is working properly. That is the idea of doing this. Okay, how my system is going to behave when this guy returns null, something like this. Okay, so you can test check all these things actually. Okay, so this is good. Now let's come back here, and now let's change the, okay, source test resources data. Okay, source test resources data. Now this is going to be job init JSON. Okay, I am mapping this file as a config init JSON. Now this guy will go and read that file. Okay, so now at this point things look good to me. Okay guys, everything looks good to me at this point. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to the terminal where the candidate service is present. Okay, so now I'm going to do docker compose up, so to start all the dependencies for my local development. Now it will start Mongo service, it will also start the Mark service. So let me quickly check in another terminal whether they all started. Okay, looks like they are all running, all the port mapping is done. So now at this point, now I can do development. Okay, I can run the application via my IDE, do some testing, all those things I can do. Okay, so now let's start the application, and I'm going to, okay, it started, I guess. Now let's wait for some time. Okay, let me check localhost colon 8080 candidate all. If I say like this, okay, so now I'm getting Sam, Jake, Mike, all those things. Okay, we already know this. Here at this point we will not be getting recommended jobs. Okay, so now only if I call ID1, now we will be calling the mock service. Wow. Okay, so now Sam, he is getting the recommended jobs mock. Okay, everything. So our application seems to be working fine. At least our changes are working fine. Our service is actually calling the job service. From its perspective, it's calling job service, but we have marked. Okay, that's fine. But so the integration perspective, everything seems to be fine. We are getting the response. This is cool. Okay, so what will happen if I send to, oops, internal server error. Okay, so what's going on? Let's check. Okay, let me bring back my IDE. Now if you see, if you scroll up, now of course it should be throwing an error saying that, hey, for this the mark server is returned 404. Because of that we are returning 500 internal server error. Okay, so this is the problem, right? Whenever you depend on another service, do not assume that everything will be working fine. Okay, so it might return 404, it might return 500, it could be slow, anything could happen. Okay, so you have to be very careful, and you have to make your services more resilient. Actually, I have a separate course to talk about all those things, design patterns with Webflux. Probably you can take a look at the course. Now let's fix this problem. Okay, hey guys, so now we are going to make our service a little bit more resilient. Okay, so what if the job service returns 404, 500, this kind of stuff. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do now. So I'm going to copy this actually. Okay, the whole thing. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's minimize this. So this is for success code. Okay, let's assume that the first data. Okay, again I'm going to create another thing. So here for this, when we send this, we are going to get success response. Okay, when we say candidate 2, he has Docker. So when we send Docker, what if the remote service return 404? That is what we are going to simulate now. Okay, so when you see Docker, okay, return 404, that's what we are saying. The body is not really important in this case. I'm going to remove this. Okay, and let's copy this, paste it here. Now what is the third candidate? Then third candidate is skill is Jira. So when you see Jira, return 500. What if the remote service returns 500? Okay, so now I am having some test data here actually. Okay, so now this is for success case, this is for 404, 500. Maybe you can keep adding something like what if it's slow, all those things. You can keep adding more test data here to test your service thoroughly. Okay, for the time being this is enough for us. Okay, now go to job client. Now this is where we are calling the remote service, right? The job service. Everything is good here except that now we are going to handle this error by saying on error return, saying that if the remote service throws some kind of error, just to give return an empty list. That's what we are saying actually. Okay, nothing else at this point. Everything looks good to me. So now let's test this again. I'm back to the terminal. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to kill this. I'm going to do Docker compose down to remove everything. Okay, so now I'm going to again do a Docker compose up to bring the Mongo and the Mog server up. Okay, so okay, looks like things are coming up. Meanwhile, let me start the candidate service as well. Okay, so let's quickly test whatever we are doing is working or not. Okay, so okay, it's about to start. Okay, now let's come here, let's clear the screen. Let me quickly check if things are up here. Okay, everything seems to be up. So at this point the Spring application would have also started. So as usual, let me test first with candidate all. Okay, candidate all. Okay, so now if I do this, I'm getting all these 3 candidates, which is good. If I do 1, I am getting the recommended jobs for Sam. This is exactly what we wanted. Now if I say 2, ideally in this case, as per our simulation with the configuration, remote service should return 404. Because of that, the recommended jobs became empty list. Okay, so our service is not failing. If I say 3, again in this case the remote service should have thrown 500 internal server error, but still our service is not failing, it's more resilient. So far our application is working fine when we test via local. However, if you try to run the integration test, now things will fail because as part of the new change in requirement, this test will fail because it has to call the job service, and the job service is will not be available, so because of that it will be failing. Okay, so now we also have to bring that as part of our integration test now. Okay, so that is what we are going to do in this lecture. So I'm going to make some changes to the base test. So let's start from the Docker compose YAML. So this looks good. However, if you see this 1080 port mapping, this is not really correct. For local it's correct, but for the CI/CD server it will cause issues. So we are going to do the same thing. So I'm going to copy this guy and I'm going to paste it here. Okay, now now I'm going to use 1080 as a default value. Now since already I am using host to port environment variable, right? So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to call this host port 1 and host port 2, something like that. Or you can also call this host Mongo port, host Mog port, something like that. We can also do that way. Okay, so I'm making this small change now here. Now under source test Java, under this, right, this package, I'm going to create one simple package called DTO. I need one class to contain hold some information actually. Okay, so I'm going to call this service. Okay, and let me use the Lombok and all arg constructor. Okay, the static name is going to be create. You will understand why I am doing this. Okay, hold on. So that you will, yeah, it will be clear. For the time being, okay, so I'm going to store some information here for easy access, nothing else. So string name, and basically this is the, I'm going to store all the service dependencies information here. So what is the service name, and what is the service port, okay, and what is the service host port, okay, and if the service is using some kind of a connection string, what is the information URI, you can keep it like that, and what is the host port environment variable, because we need that information, host port env variable. Let's keep it like that. Now let's go to the base test. You will understand why I created service class. Okay, so now private static final, okay, service object. I'm going to create a service object now. Oops, service object. Okay, so this is going to be a constant Mongo service. Okay, you can, or Mongo, simply call this Mongo. Okay, so service dot create. Okay, so now this guy it throws this error mainly because we have something, but we are going to get rid of that. Okay, so now, okay, so what is the name of the service? Name of the service is Mongo. Okay, what is the port it uses? It uses port 27017. Okay, what is the host port you like to use? I'm going to use 0 for the mapping. Okay, what is the connection string? The connection string is this. Let's copy and paste it here. Okay, what else? What is the host port environment variable, which is I'm using host underscore port 1. This is what I am using for that service here. Okay, the Docker Compose YAML. Okay, so let's close this. Okay, we no longer need this guy. Let's remove this. Okay, so this will fail, we have to make changes, so no worries. So now we also need one more dependency. Okay, there in the real life there could be multiple service dependencies, so instead of creating tons of variables, probably we could better structure using a class called a service. That's why I wanted to do this way. Okay, so now let's call this job mock. Okay, or you can simply call this job service. Okay, doesn't really matter, you don't have to say mock everywhere. So job. Okay, so now what is the service name? It's job mock. Okay, that's how the name we have given. Okay, and what is the port it uses? 1080. Okay, so what is the corresponding host port you like to map? I would like to use 0 for the CI/CD build server so that I can get random port. Okay, and does it use, you want some kind of a URI? Actually yes, it's going to be HTTP. Okay, so if you remember, it's going to be HTTP localhost 1080/job. This is what we had given. Now this is going to be %s. Okay, so we will get, so maybe we will be replacing like this. Okay, and what is the host port environment variable did you use? I used it 2 here. Okay, so this is why I created this. Let's make changes here now. So with environment here, we have to pass 2 environment variables. The one is for Mongo, so Mongo get host port environment variable, and what is the corresponding mapping you like to do? So Mongo get host port. Okay, so this is what we wanted to do, right? Okay, so then similarly, let's copy this guy. Let's do this for job service as well. Job host port environment variable and corresponding job host port. Okay, here we will be returning 00 as per whatever we have done here. Okay, so then what are all the service we are exposing now? So I am exposing mongo dot get name. This is the service name, and mongo dot get port. Okay, wait for listening port, and we are also exposing another service called job service. Okay, job get name. What is the job? Job get port. Okay, now we can say wait for listening port. Actually if you see, right, there are multiple ways we can do wait for listening for port or wait for health check. You can also wait for a container log message. Hey, yeah, if you look for the container log, if you ever see that message, then that's it. We can assume that the container has started. Okay, we can also write like this. So we have used wait for listening port for kind of like Mongo. Maybe let's do wait for health check here. Okay, let's come back and do this. So for the time being, I'm going to keep wait for listening port. I will add the health check later. Okay, so now if you see, everything looks good here, right? This looks good to me. Okay, now here let's call this Mongo host. Okay, and let's call this Mongo port. Okay, something like this. So this is Mongo. What is the service name? Mongo.get name actually, and Mongo get port. Okay, the same stuff we have to the same stuff we have to pass it here. Okay, now you are getting the Mongo service host information, Mongo service port information. Now using that, okay, so the URI, it's not Mongo URI variable, we have removed everything. So now it's going to be mongo.get URI. Okay, and here you have to say Mongo host, Mongo port. Okay, everything looks good here. Now let's also get the job host job port. Okay, job host job port. Okay, now you have to simply say job here. That's it. Okay, now using this information we can get the job host job port. Okay, now we also have to build this URI, right? This is also an environment variable we have to create, something like we created the MongoDB connection string. So it's going to be job service URL. Okay, so now Mongo, instead of Mongo get URI, it's going to be job get URI, something like that. And here you are going to say job host and job port. Okay, so yeah, it kind of looked like a little bit of work, but if you, as you see, we are using this information. The base test will start all the required services, bring the services up for you, so that now we are ready to run the integration test. So now we are trying to accommodate the mock service as well to run our integration test for our application. So we have made a decent amount of changes here. So I would like to apologize for one wrong information. Actually, I didn't mean to say for health check instead, right? I would like to use this HTTP endpoint like a health check. Okay, that's what I meant to say. So I wanted to do this actually. That is, here we can wait for listening port. Here as well you can wait for listening port, or we can also use something like a health endpoint, okay, to return status code 200. Okay, so that we can say that till then it will wait, something like this. Okay, we can do this way. But you might ask, hey, we do not have such an endpoint, right? Yes, that's correct. So what we are going to do is that I am going to add one health endpoint here, something like this. So I'm going to copy this guy, I'm going to paste it here. Since it's a mock, right, whatever you want to do you can do. So if you ever see a health request like this, okay, remove all these things. I am saying that return 200. Okay, so that we can use our integration the base test, right? It will try to invoke this endpoint whenever this service returns 200. That time it will assume that okay, all the services are started, so now we can run the test. Okay, so that's how it will assume, which is good. Okay, so this is also another way actually. So body and all here, it doesn't really matter. If you want, you can add some body as well actually. Okay, so but as long as the 200 code, that is what it's important here. Okay, so this is good. So now let's go back to our candidate service Okay, now the base test will do all the required things for us to run this test. However, now the coverage is not enough. We need more coverage. Okay, so if you see the all candidate test, this is fine. Post candidate test, this is also fine. But the get candidate, we also have to ensure that the recommended jobs we are getting or not. Okay, so we want to ensure that. So let's add more assertion here. That is, if I say, oops, sorry about that. Okay, so id, name, and the skills dot size. Okay, so here what is the size of the skill? Here it should be 2. That is, what is the skills of Sam? So as per our configuration, it's only 2, so it should be 2. That's what I'm adding this assertion simply. And I'm also adding one more assertions for recommended jobs. Okay, I'd like to keep it this here. Okay, so now recommended jobs. Okay, this is the property we are expecting, right? Recommended jobs dot size, that will also be equal to 2 because that is how we have configured here. Okay, so now it will ensure that as part of the get candidate by id test will ensure that we are receiving this recommended jobs here. Okay, which is good. This is fine. Okay, now what if the remote service fail? Okay, well, those things as well, it's better to cover. So let me copy this guy. Okay, let me add some more tests to increase our coverage. Okay, so I'm going to say that job service returns 4x's, some kind of 400 error. Okay, what will happen? Okay, so here we are simulating by using this id. That is, for this candidate we have configured in a way that this returns 400. So let's use this id. In this case, exchange expect status is still, it should be 200 successful. The id should be 2. Name should be, what's his name? Jake. Okay, name should be Jake. And the skill size, it should be 1. Okay, because we should be getting his skills actually, but recommended job size should be 0. Okay, or you can also say that recommended jobs here you can say that it should be empty actually. Okay, yes, you can keep it like that. Okay, so now let's copy this guy, let's paste it here. Now job service return some kind of 500 internal server error. That will happen when we use candidate id 3. So when we use candidate id 3, his name is Mike. So let's come here. The id should be 3, his name should be Mike, and his skill size as well is 1. That is how we have configured. And the recommended jobs should be is empty. Okay guys, sorry about that, remove the dot. Okay, recommended jobs should be empty. Here is empty. In that case, even though the remote service returns 500, our status should be 200 successful. Basically, my service is good or not, even when the remote service returns 400. Okay, so basically I'm adding enough test case to ensure that my service is working correctly. Okay, so now at this point everything looks good to me. We can run this actually. Hey guys, now I'm really super excited to run our integration test. So let me right click this and run this. The integration test will always be slow. Okay, so just please be patient, and it has to start 2 services. So you also ensure that you have enough CPU memory you're allocating to Docker service actually. Okay, that is also important. Wow, this is great, right?